I forgot to turn on my audio. Um, yeah, so my new office has an extra camera, and uh, we'll see how this is working. Yeah, I was muted. Well, I can't keep her there if she doesn't want to be there. Yeah, it's actually it's pretty good. I think this is going to work out well. Uh, not having to drive half an hour to 45 minutes just to get to my office um, means things are a little easier. And now that I'm 10 feet away from my kitchen, you're going to get a lot more mukbang. Hmm. Is this better? Did I, mukbang redemption arc? What's a mukbang redemption Well, that is definitely her favorite bed. So if there's one place in the entire apartment where she's going to be, it's going to be that one. She rarely plays with any of her toys, though. Pajot and Vervaeke are going to be in Southern California this spring, not not Sacramento. They are going to be coming to an estuary hub in Chino. Hey, Fezzy. Hi. Chat. Yeah, everything is good. Did I forget to put the... No, I put the link in. I respond to the chat boxes. I just I don't sit there waiting for people to chat. I'm actually I'm listening to Homeroom right now among other things. yes, I am not happy at the fact that Yuval Harari got top billing. Yeah, the move was actually pretty easy. I got movers for the first time, and uh, they did a pretty good job. I'm listening to it right now. Seems like a lot of review of stuff we talk about a lot around here. I don't actually listen to the Lord of Spirits. I probably should more. Um, Part of the problem is a lot of the stuff that they say is review, and some of it is just Eastern Orthodox theology that, while I may disagree with, it's not like it's obviously wrong. Um, but yeah. As he says, the Shabbat Queen is making her way. Any thoughts on the last three plagues? Um, I'm guessing you're talking about Jordan Peterson's Exodus series. Honestly, part of the problem is the Daily Wire website really isn't that great. Um, so it's kind of annoying watching those, and it's also a tiny bit annoying how Protestant it's been so far. I've only watched like 3 episodes. Um, so I'm not exactly sure what you mean. But yes, it's hard to believe it's Thursday already. Oh, now I know why Luke loved PBK's thing. Yuval Harari is an idiot, and I'm listening to smart people talking about him for no good reason. Shane!
Hey, bro. Okay. Um, how are you
I
doing?
am good. So apparently this week's Parsha, and yes, I
Oh my
barely keep
gosh,
up
there's
on the Parsha.
YouTube. All right,
There
hold on.
are people on YouTube, yes. Uh, is the last three plagues. Not a fan of this round of the biblical series. Am I getting a cold shoulder? No, you're not, Chad. I'm just not constantly looking at the what you call it. And no, you're not obviously wrong. You're smarter than the average there. So, Shane, what have you been up to?
Um, I have been on sleeping, so to speak. I actually haven't, so to speak, I haven't slept, but I feel like I haven't slept physically, but I feel like I've been in a, or physiologically, I just feel like physiologically I've slept, but not like in the not physiologically plus unconsciousness. Yeah. So been been diving deep, my friend, or trying.
You've been diving deep. What have you been diving deep into?
So when he said, "What is the last three plagues?" When I read boils, I don't know why that's associated for like I think it has to do with the relationship between like maybe I think when a person focuses too much, like they can get like distracted by particularities and then all they see is boils, so it's more like a perception deepening, I guess. Like
Shane, when you say you haven't been sleeping, like, when was the last time you just went to sleep and you
oh
slept a good
gosh.
8 hours?
Um I'm regulated. Like I don't feel
Mm,
like
no,
bad.
no, Shane. You're not making a lot of sense, and you sound like you need a lot of sleep, and you're not making a lot of
So okay, so
sense.
my actual first thought about the plague of boils was that it had to do with the relationship between men and women, and I don't know why. Um,
Um, okay, when you don't get enough sleep, your brain starts associating all kinds of things with all kinds of things. And no, it's not a good idea not to get enough sleep. And yeah, you're just not going to function. And frankly, I mean, you're not making much sense, Shane. Go get some sleep. Why are you not sleeping? Too much
Well, women
caffeine? Too
like me.
excited?
Uh-huh.
Your brain's racing. Why are you not getting enough sleep?
Oh, because like I feel like I time traveled and realized like that like maybe just maybe that like
Shane, go get some sleep.
okay, thank you, Jacob.
Yes, go get
You're
some
very
sleep
fun.
and honestly, like, take some time. Do you meditate at all?
I was actually uh
You should listen to some of Vervaeke's meditation stuff because
I appreciate it.
right now your brain's completely out of focus and you're not making much sense and that's not good for you and it's not good for the rest of us. So good night. Yes, Luke. Stellar content. Stellar content. I'm not sure I would call it fascinating. That is not what you sound like. No. No. You do not sound like that at all. Luke. You sound like somebody who should be listening to fewer bad philosophers and more good philosophers. personal training videos don't really work, in my opinion. Yonatan!
Hello. How are you?
Or Yehonatan. Jonathan! Have you met Chazi? Chazi, have you met Jonathan?
Hello,
Hello.
sir. I didn't even see someone jumped on. I'm actually in a gas station, and I just wanted to jump on for a second, Jacob. Make sure you were doing okay.
I am doing okay. Jonathan is actually one of our resident Noachides.
Oh, wow. Jonathan, I hope everything's going well. I
It
hope
is,
you're
yeah.
enjoying your process.
And I told him that you would set up the whole bait bin thing if he wants to do that.
No, but there's a rabbi that does do that, named Rabbi Shirky, and he does a phenomenal job doing that.
Does he do them? He only does them in real life, right? He doesn't do them over internet or
I don't
anything.
know if he does them over the internet, but like he just came back from Prague like last week, and he did like a whole event over there. I think it has to do with like there need to be like some sort of like there needs to be like a certain amount, but it didn't seem like a huge amount of people that sort of want to do it. And he comes in with his like crew, and they do their thing.
All it takes is one chaver and one person who has smicha and two people to sit next to him. It's not that, yeah, well, there goes Fancy. But we might do that. We might, on the Israel trip, I might see about setting something up if people want to actually formally become Noahides.
It's a lot of commitment.
It is, but you're only committing to the things that you're honestly already committed to.
True. Yeah, I was thinking actually, if I do we like the term Noahide, right? That's a relatively new term.
Well, Ben Noah is something that Bnei Noach and Ben Noach and Brit Noach, that's pretty old. That's thousands of years old. Saying Noahide, that's kind of new. Apparently, like, it was common to refer to people as God-fearers, but in modern Jewish society, we tend to shy away from anything that actually has the name of God, like God in it. So I don't know if that would become popular immediately and thing again, but that's what they're called in the Christian Bible, apparently.
Yeah, there aren't any really good names. I mean, you can't be so presumptuous as to call yourself a righteous Gentile.
Yeah, that's a bit much. Yeah.
Calling yourself a Jewish Gentile is kind of oxymoronic.
It is, but that's actually when I talk to Jews, and I'm trying to explain to them what the Noahide is. I usually start off with they're Orthodox Jewish Gentiles.
Yeah, you can't say that you're you can't say you're converting unless you are. Although
Well,
that's
if you're converting, that's something completely different. Yeah.
right, but like that's a different path.
Yeah.
So it's but somehow like Noahide feels movementy to me, and I don't like movements. I'm allergic to movements.
Yirei Hashem, fearers of God. I mean, that's what they were originally called, and we still refer, like, the word Haredi actually means Chared Devar Hashem, someone who fears the word of God. It's a different word than Yira, but it's a very similar thing. So yeah, you're a Haredi Gentile. You are indeed a Haredi Gentile. That's the funny thing.
I like that
Yeah.
better than Noahide.
Is it that dude from Sacramento? You're not a dude from Sacramento, are you?
Dude from Michigan.
You're from Michigan. Yeah, you're from CRC Central.
Yeah, headquarters is just down the street.
Does Noahidism require working under an ordained rabbi? It does not. Well, so there are various levels of Noahidism. So you can be a Noahide just because, without even necessarily realizing it, because you just fit the description. So there are that type of Noahides, and then there are people who Chazi thinks Yirei Hashem is the nicest name. Then there are people who formally decide that they are. The Talmud and Megillah, that actually changed my mind, Chazi. I actually think calling yourself a Jewish. I am now of the opinion that if you are a Noahide and you're talking to somebody who's not Jewish, and they ask you what your religion is, you should just say I'm Jewish. But the what were we talking? Oh, then there are people who decide that they want to be Noahides, and that's a self-identification thing. And at least according to Maimonides, that needs to include the idea that you are doing it because of Sinai and Moses and the Torah. Then there are people who take it a step further and they actually go before a rabbinic court and declare that they are Noahides, and if the rabbinic court accepts them, then they qualify for the status called Ger Toshav, which means that they, in essence, become part of the Jewish community as Gentiles, and that's a real relationship with the Jewish community, to the point that if, God forbid, something were to happen to such a person, the Jewish community would have an obligation, just like any other member of the Jewish community, to take care of them. And that's Ger Toshav, which has a biblical. That is actually defined in biblical terms. Not that Noahide isn't, but so the weird, strange thing is that over the past, I'd say probably 20, 30 years, there have been increasing numbers of people coming before rabbinic courts and actually declaring that they are in fact Noahides. That's something that the Jewish community is just not used to.
Yeah, like where's in thousands of years of history, like where's the record of like all of these self-conscious Noahides that they just where
I
they
am not aware that before 50 years ago. So Maimonides mentions this procedure. I am guessing. I haven't learned the Talmud parts on it. I am guessing he's basing himself in the Talmud. Yes, Chazi, you actually changed my mind, which makes me think now I'm going to lose my chaluk in Olam Haba because I've been tainted by the Zionists. Right, there was that Noahide. Honestly, there's been so many Noahide people that have been coming and going. I think I sent him to Paul Vanderkleist. I don't even remember who it was, but we talked, and he said he was going to go to Paul Vanderkleist's meetup. I don't know if he has been. But sorry, my mind is swirling. I don't know that 2,000 years ago, before Christianity, there were, in fact, Gentiles going before rabbinic courts declaring themselves to be Noahites. But between, like, the Council of Nicaea and Woodstock, like, I am not aware that any such thing happened for a good 1,500 years or so.
Those are interesting, like, demarcators, right? Nicaea to Woodstock. That's I guess you have to have a certain degree of religious tolerance in, like, baked into the world and the culture for people to self-select into a group such as a Noahide, right? Because it's rejection of Christianity. It's not becoming a Muslim necessarily. It's like, you're not an atheist.
Although I have to say, when there was the aborted attempt at creating a Sanhedrin a few years ago, that Sanhedrin did create a rabbinic court for Noahides. And it was a legitimate rabbinic court staffed by legitimate rabbis. And the question came to them whether somebody who believes that Oto Ha'ish, literally that man, will be the Messiah, wants to be a Noahide, whether they would accept that. And obviously not anything chas v'shalom that he's God or anything like that, but simply that he will be the Messiah. And that rabbinic court publicly announced that while they would not accept such a person themselves out of an abundance of caution, they would not pass judgments for any other court and did not see any particular reason why such a person could not be accepted as a Noahide.
Interesting. So should I move to Israel?
Well, that's something you need to ask permission from your wife from
Sure.
first.
She doesn't like it here.
Well, if she wants to move to Israel, then it's actually an interesting. That's actually the most interesting question in my mind. So Chad says, if people ask you what your religion is, say nothing.
Does it, like, literally say nothing, or don't say anything?
I'm guessing Chad doesn't like religions very much, which is understandable. So for me, it's a very interesting question if a ger toshav, somebody who has been accepted before a rabbinic court as a ger toshav, qualifies under the law of return in Israel, which is a political law, right? To claim Israeli citizenship. And I would argue that they do. I mean, I actually wonder what Chezi thinks about this. He's actually a lawyer in Israel. But it seems to me that if you are an actual ger toshav, there's no reason why you shouldn't qualify under the law of return for Israeli citizenship.
Maybe I'll just visit first.
So we are kind of planning a trip to Israel.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
Also, I watched your Hebrew Bible study last night, which is neither Hebrew nor a Bible study. But I enjoyed it all the same, especially if you're going to do Galatians, right, which I think is in Greek.
Galatians is in fact in Greek, and
So it should be Greek Bible study.
Father Stephen DeYoung, Father Stephen DeYoung insists that all of the problems I have with the writings of Paul come from bad translations by Protestants.
Touche.
What can I say to that? He knows Greek. I don't.
Right. Yeah. So if one were to learn Hebrew as a native English speaker, you would theoretically then be able to read the Hebrew texts with more understanding of the nuance of what the words mean, but you're still sort of translating the various ecosystem of definitions to English, right? So like, is it just more of a richness of the meaning as far as what you'll get out of studying Hebrew?
Well, okay, so even people who don't really learn Hebrew very well, right? There's plenty of Orthodox Jews who spend lots of time studying Talmud and certainly don't learn Aramaic to any reasonable degree and don't learn Hebrew very well at all. But when you're struggling with it in the Hebrew, and this is what a majority of English-speaking Orthodox Jews really do, is they just learn a vocabulary in Hebrew, which basically, I mean, it's the vocabulary, right? So, not to pick on Nechama, but she's a Beis Yaakov girl, and I have to pick on Beis Yaakov girls. So, like, Nechama knows what Borer is because, like, it's been drilled into her. This is Borer, that is Borer. I don't think that when she hears, for example, of the Mishnah Berurah, which is a book I am sure she's seen many, many times, and somehow I doubt she's actually ever really opened it, that she realizes that it's the exact same word, Borer, in the title of that book as the concept of Borer that she's heard about a billion times, right? So, yeah, and this is part of the funny thing, and Chazi's going to get excited about this, but it's part of the funny thing that, like, Zionism and moving to Israel has done is now people are actually speaking Hebrew and they're understanding the relationship of the roots to various words, and so the depth of knowledge in the Jewish community is exponentially higher than it's ever been before, because Hebrew was a second language, but it was a liturgical language, and plenty of people, like, okay, they know the word Torah and they know the word Moreh, but they never really considered that these two words, go away, you Zionist. It says almost the seeds of redemption, like the seeds of redemption. But like the word Moreh or Mora, meaning teacher or female teacher, like everybody calls the kindergarten teacher Mora, right? Which is feminine of teacher. And it was almost always women. And all of those people also know what the word Torah means, but because they didn't really understand how to conjugate verbs in Hebrew, they never really made a connection between the word Torah and the word Mora, right? And so you can learn Hebrew on the level that, like, English-speaking Orthodox Jews do, And frankly, if you're going to be a Noahide, I think you pretty much have to do at least that. But you can also like do an ulpan, do a modern Hebrew class, and learn a bit about conjugation and like Duolingo and stuff like that. And it's not extremely hard. I mean, if you're actually putting some effort into it, I think. So I was very happy to hear John McWhorter say that over half of the world's population speaks 2 languages. Like, I didn't realize that in America, very few people speak 2 languages. It's less than half, certainly. But when I was growing up, like, if you only spoke 1 language, like, kind of the assumption was you're kind of slow. Because in Iran and in my family specifically, right, everybody spoke at least 2 languages. You know, and my grandmother, she spoke Aramaic and Farsi and Turkish and English, kind of, you know, and it was expected. So yeah, I'm not sure who you're missing, Chad. Your kindergarten teacher. It would be like bunches of people actually conversing in Latin. So, I mean, honestly, as a serious Noahide, I highly recommend at least learning to read Hebrew, which isn't that hard. Within a week, you should be able to, a week or 2, you should be able to learn. And look, I'm willing to sit there with you and like go traditional, where's that chart, right? So, Aleph, Bet, Gimel, and then you have Chametz, Aleph, Patach, Aleph, Tzere, Aleph, A, Segel, Aleph, A, right? And like actually sit there and read with you.
Well, if it was good enough for Rabbi Akiva, it's good enough for me, right? I think he started late.
He started at age 40. There you go.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on observing the Sabbath, Jonathan?
So yeah, actually, that's thanks for mentioning that. I remember that conversation from a couple days ago. So personally, I'm of the mind that I would be the person to light the match at the very end, just to officially not have done it. But like, you know, it feels like LARPing if you're not actually doing it, right? But I gotta believe there's some kind of benefit. I haven't thought too much about like what a partial Shabbat keeping would look like. I having come from Protestantism into Catholicism and, you know, understanding Orthodoxy, like I'm appreciative of like the catechumen aspect of, I guess in Christian conversion, or, you know, becoming a full communicant member of a particular church, right? You don't present yourself for communion, even though you believe in, you know, the full doctrines of the faith until you're formally received, right? So I respect that level of, if I actually believe Judaism is true, then I don't keep Shabbat if that's not allowed for a Gentile until I, you know, get out of the mikvah or whatever the conversion would be. But, you know, participating in some of the aspects of Shabbat. I mean, I guess in theory, if I slept through the entire Saturday, did I accidentally keep Shabbat? If I ripped Van Winkle through the weekend, right? Is that, you know, am I in trouble? Probably not, but yeah, it's something that sounds cool, but I'm not preoccupied with it unless I was thinking about actually converting.
Yeah, for me, the big reason is it seems to me that if for thousands of years our community has been so strict about it, And I mean the stories, the it makes me think that there must be some form of spiritual damage involved, and that's why I am not going down the Chazi route of saying not sure what you're saying, Chazi. Don't sow partial, sow full. Don't do partial, do full. See, Chazi is of the opinion. Look, if you are a Ger Toshav, right? If you are a fully observant Noahide, then the question becomes, can you add more mitzvot? And generally, adding more mitzvot once you are doing the mitzvot that you are supposed to be doing already, if it's done with wisdom and commitment and like there's nothing necessarily wrong with that, probably. Although I have to say that, yes, you said a billion times the Chatam Sofer allows it. The Chatam Sofer allows it. Guess what? That's basically the only thing about the Chatam Sofer you actually agree with, Chazi, and you know. Rabbi Moses Sofer, if people are interested. And look, in the first instance, it's already kind of chutzpahdik to be like, oh yes, I keep all the things that God commanded me. I need a few more, you know. And some people are on that level. They are, and you need to realize when you are already on that level, and that maybe you should be striving for a bit more. Now the question becomes, what do you add? And and Shabbat is probably one of the last things. Like, the first question becomes, do you stop? First of all, do you start eating only kosher meat, right? And I could make arguments why you could and you should. For example, your kosher slaughter in terms of being more humane. So maybe, and there are Noahides who only eat kosher meat, right? Now, is that being stringent on Ever Minachai? And so that's a good place to start? Sure, but maybe. But look, you're married and you have kids, right? And
with bacon in the fridge.
With bacon in the fridge, and if this is not something your wife is down with, like, then no, I don't think that's a good idea at all, in any way, shape, or form. And if it's going to be something that imposing it on your kids is going to make your kids be like, my dad's into this crazy Jewish thing, and I can't have a bacon cheeseburger. And it's like, well, who said you can't have a bacon cheeseburger? Yes, you can, as an Noahide, right? And so it's not a very simple thing. Chazi loves Shabbat, and of course, I also, when I had the privilege to keep Shabbat like I should, absolutely loved it. But, like, these are not simple questions. There are reasons why there are people who are poskim, and why you should ask a posek and not a putz like me, and not even a putz like Chazi, who refuses to go and take his tests so he can actually give advice like he wants to, because he's a lazy bum. But yeah.
It has crossed my mind before, like thinking about just some obvious things like abstaining from non-kosher meat, for instance, right? It, it does occur to me that like if it's what's good for the goose is good for the gander, right? Like if God prohibited it to the Jews, then right, like but yeah, but
That's
that's not
definitely
the
wrong.
case. Right, right,
That's
but
yeah.
it's hard to overcome that intuitive like it seems like there's got to be something there, right? It's just it's
But that's
counterintuitive, right?
Ball. No, that's Ball of Tarsus messing with you. The fact is that there are certain things mitzvot for women and certain mitzvot for men. And if you're treating your daughter the exact same way as you treat your sons, you're a child abuser. God gave different mitzvot. If it was important and good for you not to eat pork, then God would have indicated that somehow. And the idea that there is a qualitative spiritual difference between Jew and Gentile is central to Judaism.
Right. Right, and that applies to keeping Shabbat too. Um, I'm curious though, like how a Noahide would recognize the calling, for lack of a better term, to convert. Is it because these things are so irresistible or something, right? Like how do you like? It seems like chutzpah, right? Like
No, it's not chutzpah. The idea. So okay, this is a hard thing for a lot of people to understand. But so why do we believe that astrology doesn't work today? It's not because we believe astrology could never work. We believe that we live in a spiritually tainted time when things are not clear. And that's why now we accept converts, and many, if not most people, are of the opinion that when the Messiah comes, we will no longer accept converts. Because there is a spiritual lack of clarity, which means that you could be born into a Gentile family and your soul is in some way actually Jewish, and if you feel that, right? And I'll be honest, there are certain people that just from getting to know them, it was like, yeah, this person's a Jew, and if that's what it seems to you, then you might want to go and undergo the process. But that's something like, okay, you know what? I'm the type of person who, feels like really I should be spending 2 hours a day praying and 8 hours a day studying Torah and all the Sabbath and high holidays and everything, refraining from work, and that my soul somehow resonates on a Jewish frequency, as opposed to God put me on this earth to be a capable and good Gentile. I mean, 1 Corinthians 12, I point everybody towards that, because it is the oldest actual text where we have what really is a fundamental teaching in Judaism, which is God created all of humanity with different capacities and capabilities, and your eye is not your ear, and your ear is not your eye, and your hand and your feet are not interchangeable. And so if you are meant to be a Jew, then yeah, maybe you should convert. But if you're not meant to be a Jew, if that's not your calling in life, then you should be a very good Gentile. And you know what? Maybe part of that is having not sure I would say Christmas or Easter dinner, but having a ham dinner with your family and teaching them those parts of Torah which do have to do with them as Gentiles, and in such a way you are like a Kohen Gadol, you are like a high priest, like the Talmud says, right? Because the point isn't to be at the top of the hierarchy. The point is to be in the place in the hierarchy where God wants you to be. And if the correct place for you in the hierarchy, like if God made me capable of being the best butler that, I don't know, some very rich and capable person can have, and I'm really good at like making sure that his shoes are shined and his pants are clean and his shirt is pressed, right? That doesn't make me any less of like the person who's doing that which God created me to do than if I'm the one wearing the nice shirt and pants and shoes and walking down, living in like some people go to work in the White House every day to care for the physical needs of the president, and some people go to the White House work in the White House every day because they're national security advisors, and some people are gardeners, and all of those things are things which are necessary in order for the White House to be that which it is.
There's a spot for everybody.
Right, because there's one God who created all of us with all our various capabilities, and you have to find your spot. And frankly, I'll be honest with you, when I did my mtDNA test, I didn't pray that I wouldn't be Jewish, because there was a tiny bit of question about my maternal grandmother, if like we don't know much about that part of the family. And so I did my mtDNA testing, and I was like, maybe the reason why like I'm not actually living the life of a Jew is God wants me to be a Noahide. And so when I finally there was mtDNA testing and I could try to find out if I am actually Jewish or not, right? I did the test, and while I was waiting, like, frankly, I would have been relieved if I had found out that I wasn't Jewish. I really would have. I would have been very much relieved. Because, like, at least I wouldn't have to worry about the fact that I don't keep the Sabbath. Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's serious business.
Yeah. And like I certainly if I were to find out that I wasn't Jewish, I would not convert. I certainly would not.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I would think very hard about it. It's even if I were single. I don't think there are any Noahide laws that are proscriptive, right? Or not proscriptive. They're all avoiding things, right? Prohibition.
Mostly. I mean, when it comes down to it, I mean, sexual morality, having children, is a part of that. So.
Sure. Okay. Yep.
It's a communal mitzvah to establish justice, but you have an obligation within your community to help your community establish justice, right?
Sure.
And I don't know. Did you listen to my thing when I went on Rabbi Malot's.
I did. Yeah.
So that question I asked him at the end, really, I mean, it's a very important question that rabbis need to struggle with more, because derech eretz kadma l'Torah, right? There are things which are presupposed by the Torah. And so when we talk about the covenant of Noah, yeah, the covenant of Noah and those mitzvot and all of the particulars of those mitzvot, which end up being a lot more than just 7. But ultimately, derech eretz kadma l'Torah, that there is a certain orientation in the world which is prior to even approaching the Torah, right? There's no halacha that says you have to speak nicely to your wife. It's not one of the, it's certainly not one of the 7 Noahide commandments, right? At the same time, it very much is something that is presumed by the Torah.
Right. What was your comment to Rabbi Malot about that? Like that should be more explicit?
Yeah, well, that was my question. It was at the very end. I said to him, okay, so what are the particulars of that? How exactly do you know what is part of derech eretz, right? Derech eretz literally just means the way of the land or the way of the world. Like, there's nothing that says you have to work in order to earn money, but at the same time, the Talmud says somebody who doesn't teach their child a profession teaches them to steal, right? And stealing is definitely something that's prohibited to Jew and Gentile.
Well, I guess it's like maybe most akin to an idea of natural law in some loose analogous way.
Yeah.
Like, but it's interesting that like some of the Noahide laws though are like, I feel like they're pretty obviously in that domain too, like the prohibition against theft, killing, but maybe not.
Well, I mean, to some extent, yes. To some extent, no. I mean,
well, you can take those laws pretty deeply, right? So there's a lot of, I think, non-obvious outcomes or outpourings of those laws.
so one of the things that's not clear and has been a little bit debated among the rabbis who are looking into what exactly the Noahide laws are. So, for example, for me, it is prohibited for me to kill someone to save my life. The question is, does that apply to you as well? And it's not clear that it does, right? If somebody comes up to you and says, kill that person or I'll kill you, right? And that's a genuine situation. It's not 100% clear that, it is 100% clear that as a Jew that I am prohibited from killing someone else to save my life. It's not completely clear. I think it is completely clear that you would be allowed to refrain. You wouldn't be considered. So there's this concept of what's called a chassid shoteh, somebody who is an idiot pious person, somebody who thinks they're being pious but actually. So, for example, somebody who is sick and fasts on Yom Kippur as a Jew, right? If that person dies because they made themselves sick by fasting on Yom Kippur, we would call that person a chassid shote, and we would say that he's chayav benafsho, that he committed suicide, and ultimately, actually, he shouldn't even be allowed a Jewish burial in a Jewish cemetery, right? Now, if really there's no obligation for you whatsoever as a Noahide to to give up your life in order not to kill anybody else, then maybe if you were to do that, that would also be considered, similarly a chassid shote, a pious idiot. But no, I mean, I think it's pretty clear that you certainly could be more stringent on yourself and be like, yeah, I would rather die than cause the death of anybody else. But the question remains, is it something that's obligatory if you were to actually save your life by somehow allowing someone else to die or even killing someone? Would you be considered an evil person? That's a matter of debate, and it's ultimately these types of things are so theoretical. I'm not sure there's a lot of point to sit there and debate them too much, but at the same time, this is what we do about. How about being commanded to kill someone to let your wife and kids live? Yeah. So I will say that in order to save someone else's life, you can certainly kill someone who is a rodef, who would cause the death of you or your kids or your wife, right? You're certainly allowed to defend the life of innocent people by killing people who are threatening them. That's for sure. But yeah, these are difficult questions, and frankly, they're not things that we've really addressed in Judaism very much. I should probably move the thing for the camera on Happy a bit farther away. It's too close.
It's just her torso.
Yeah.
Beautiful coat, but can't see her face.
Hello, Antonio.
Yeah, I thought about Shabbat. There are things that seem like they are nice rhythms of life and beautiful things to do, but I think that there are some things that are very specifically Jewish that don't contextually make sense for a Noahide, right? Like prayers you'd say, blessings you'd do. I don't know. I actually don't know a lot of the rules, and I'm not super explicitly avoiding studying them, but they're not for me, so I'm not gonna look right now. But not out of a superstition, but just out of a why bother at this point. There's Hebrew to learn, but I think there are some nice things about taking a restful day, but I guess I wouldn't sort of enshrine them or ritualize them as some sort of Noahide Sabbath observance, right? And I guess that's kind of analogous to my question too about maybe people shouldn't eat pork because pork's just not healthy. And I know that that's not the point, but it's kind of the same line of thinking where it's basically just cultural appropriation, right? Just kind of borrowing some of the themes from different folks for upgraded lifestyle benefits, right?
The only thing that makes a little bit of sense to me is pigs are very intelligent. Pigs are very intelligent.
Yeah.
And so, like, that's what bothers me about eating pork the most, is how intelligent pigs are. But, I mean, yeah, it's, Red Trek says, swine and ruminants feed differently, so there's that. I mean, we could come up with a lot of, yeah, Antonio says I eat pork for Jacob. There you go. That's what Rabbi Shulman says a lot. He's like, have a pork sandwich for me. Like, have a ham sandwich for me. Yeah, these aren't. So Chezi says, Rabbi Cook thought that Derek Eretz is the basis of a religion for all nations. Okay. Rabbi Cook was not always my favorite of rabbis. I admit I usually called him Rabbi Kook.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's an unfortunate spelling. I just saw that for the first time. I just assumed it was Cook.
No, Rabbi Cook. So, yeah, certainly in certain circles, including in Satmar, they just refer to him as that kook. Rabbi Yosef Albo, not elbow, Albo, Albo, also thinks the seven laws are just the base level which each nation develops a version of 70 faces of religion stemming from the one. Okay, Hezi, I have to ask you, like, why are you so intent on Noachides keeping more mitzvot than they necessarily need to? Like, why are you upping the ante in terms of Shabbat? Like, it's one thing to say that a Noachide who keeps the Sabbath isn't doing anything wrong. And frankly, like, it seems to me like, okay, Genesis is part of your Bible as a Noahide, and like the idea that God ceased from creative work on the Sabbath, and so you are going to commemorate that with, I don't know, a nice family meal. Yeah, that's beautiful and nice and good, and I don't see anything wrong with that. Now, do you make Kiddush? I would say not. Especially because the language of Kiddush is, when you read the language of Kiddush and you read the language of Havdalah, come on, Chezi, it's very obvious there's something specific to the Sabbath being Ot-hi beini ubeinechem. It is a sign between Israel and God, and there is a lot of symbolism involved in, and frankly, for me, it was an amazing thing to realize that despite the fact that both Christians and Muslims believe in Judaism, and in a very real sense, and they all agree that the seventh day is in fact Shabbat, they still, both the Christians and the Muslims, don't keep it on the seventh day. And like, when Rabbi Singer actually was the one who pointed this out, he's like 2,000 years ago, the Torah says it will be a sign forever between God and the Jewish people. And it's one of the things that I can go to Father Stephen and be like, hey, look, like the Torah said, we are Israel because we keep the seventh day. And like the Eastern Orthodox Church very much decided in Nicaea, the entire Catholic Church decided that they're not keeping it on the seventh day like the Jews. And like that seems pretty prophetic and amazing to me. You think about that. I'm gonna see if I can position the camera a little bit better. Uh, let's see here. Hmm.
Glad I could be witness to that. Hope that box stays there forever.
And just when I get the camera right, she decides she doesn't want to sleep in her bed anymore.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I hope that box stays there for forever, right? Like, the jankiest setup.
Yeah, I actually have a tripod coming in, like a whatchamacallit coming in the mail. So, yeah.
Got the doggy surveillance state going on in the apartment.
I do, yes. Happy. Ryan C. Lewis. Ryan almost never comes on. The doggy surveillance state.
There's some pause out of the
Yes.
view. She's like,
Yes.
I won't be observed. I refuse to be. I refuse to be seen. What were you saying a second ago? Oh yeah, changing Sabbath observance, or I guess getting rid of it and starting to meet on the first day of the week. That's pretty brazen. Yeah, I mean, like, I think the same kind of things that undermined my Protestant beliefs and like sola scriptura and those kind of things, right? Those same things undermine, the whole shebang. Like, I mean, Christians believe that God gave the Torah to Moses at Sinai, I mean, I don't know that they think about it. Maybe in the. I mean, I assume they think about it in the. It was a public event. You know, a lot of people saw it. I don't think it has a significance necessarily, but um, that is the standard and the basis for what goes and what doesn't go, and you've got to reconcile everything against that. Um, so I don't know, like unless I can come up with something that goes even older that says don't listen to anything that comes after this, you know, I guess I'm kind of that's where I am. That's how I ended up in Judaism land.
Well, I mean, the Book of Jubilees, which is older than Christianity, mentions the Noahide laws. So it's definitely not like this is not something that wasn't in the air before Christianity started.
Right.
So Chazi says, don't keep the Shabbat, you do you. I'm just saying it's an option. If you want one, always get closet? What?
Closer. I think you meant closer.
Yeah.
Apropos, the R is near the T on the keyboard.
It is, in fact, and I'm guessing, I'm pretty sure he's whatchamacallit, he's typing on his phone. I'm just waiting for that book Chazi promised me to arrive, because I wanna be blown away by the Yanuka's responsa and see like what kind of stuff he says.
Did you find a copy yet?
He was not able to, but I mean the bookstores, unfortunately, Jewish bookstores are almost not nearly as much as segregated as Christian bookstores are. I was surprised how segregated Christian bookstores are. But like Jewish publishers, so I'm guessing he's being published by the type of place that publishes Ada Haredit, which is how do you translate Ada Haredit? I'm not sure how the Ada Haredit translates their name. Ada Haredis. So according to Wikipedia, it's Haredi Council of Jerusalem, Congregation of God-fearers. So the Yanuka is apparently mostly affiliated with the Ada Haredit, and the types of places that sell books from the Ada Haredit are not the types of places that sell books that the bookstores Chazi goes to would. These are not similar bookstores. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, when you talk about the segregated Christian bookstores, you mean like there's Protestant bookstores, Catholic bookstores.
Well, I mean, so I went to the bookstore at Grace Community Church, which is what's his name? John McDonald? John something? Grace Community Church. What's the name of the guy? John MacArthur. So, like, there's tons of John MacArthur books there, of course, but like, I don't think I don't even know if there was a Catholic Bible with the pseudepigrapha and stuff in there, right? Whereas if you go to Eichler's or most Jewish bookstores here in the United States, like they're going to have Art Scroll, Feldheim, Aronson, Kohat, maybe in different combinations of the four, but like, and then Israel, I mean, the bookstores in Israel are very different from the bookstores here in the United States, partially because a lot of people, like, especially nowadays, just order their specialty books all the way from Israel. So like the Jewish bookstores have become even less willing to stock. You know, who's going to be looking for the Yanuka's Responsa other than me in Los Angeles? Like, not many. And apparently even in Israel. I mean, I was hoping, but I'm not surprised that Chazi is going to be forced to go down to Mashar or Geula or one of those places where they're going to look at Chazi's pants and be like, are you even Jewish? Chazi wears very colorful pants.
The memes on your Discord are something else.
Well, Zach is something else. You gotta love.
He's a pro. I would subscribe to his newsletter.
Zach, yeah, that's part of the funny thing. Like, Zach he's kind of like me, I think, in that if we were living in a sane world, like calling me a conservative, I'm not a very conservative person at all. It's just the liberals have lost their minds.
Mm-hmm.
And I think similarly, like Zach isn't a conservative person. He's a very creative and artistic person. And like I think in a normal world, he would probably be like some sort of stand-up comedian or actor or in Hollywood or something like that. And we just live in a.
We're not in a normal world.
We do not live in a normal world.
So he's a memesman, and that is a form of that's the stand-up comedian for the new world order.
This is true. This is true.
Is Russia going to nuke Ukraine?
I hope not.
Most days I don't think about it, but today I'm thinking about it.
Honestly, I mean,
get a quick Gog and Magog, the 12-minute or 12-second war. It's over in a flash, no pun intended. And then,
yeah.
Mashiach is here.
Zephaniah 3:9 is kind of like my motto, but when I looked at Zephaniah 3:8, that was scary.
Let's pull that up.
It's one of, I believe, 2 verses in the Bible that has every single letter of the Hebrew alphabet, both including Sophites. in it.
What was Zechariah? Which?
Zephaniah.
Oh, Zephaniah.
3-pair alphabet.
There's only 3 chapters to choose from, so.
This is true. This is true.
It's a pretty short one.
Zephaniah 3:8. Lachen chaku li ne'um Hashem liyom kumi la'ad ki mishpati le'esof goyim lekoptzi amamlachot lishpoch alehem za'ami kol charon api ki be'esh kinati te'achel kol haaretz. Let's see what the translation King James gives us. Therefore wait ye upon me, saith the Lord, until the day that I rise up to the prey For my determination is to gather the nations, that I may assemble the kingdoms, to pour upon them mine indignation, even all my fierce anger, for all the earth shall be devoured with the fire of my jealousy.
It's easy to just
Oops,
glaze
I forgot
over.
to actually put it on the screen.
Mhm.
But I did have it up on the screen while I was kind of sort of reading it. So, yeah. I will stand up to testify. I have decided to assemble the nations, to gather the kingdoms, and to pour out my wrath on them, all my fierce anger. The whole world will be consumed by the fire of my jealous anger. You know, all the nice, beautiful stuff in the Bible.
Yeah, with the that Old Testament stuff, as they say,
Yep.
the mean old nasty God.
Yep. Lishpoch alehem za'ami, to pour upon them my za'am, indignation. Indignation. Okay. Yes. Let's see. Za'am. To be indignant, to become enraged. Compare Aramaic, blame, Arabic, onomatopoetic of roar of a camel, angry speech. So there you go. The roar of a camel.
I've never heard a camel roar.
They're actually kind of scary. Yeah. They
Maybe
are.
is that what makes it scary? Is the relative rarity of it, or do I just
No,
not see camels
they're
anymore?
actually no. Camels are actually kind of. Camels are not nice things. They will spit on you. They will kick you. They, yeah. If you ever get near a camel, be very very careful. My bookstore Chavruta has most stuff. Yanuka is still niche. You wear leopard shoes? Really, Fezzy? Do you? Do you?
Is that kosher?
Well, the Chazi's Blurit always amuses me. There's a question in Jewish law if you're allowed to. There's a question in Jewish law if you're allowed to grow your hair so long that it curves back on itself.
Uh-oh.
And because when you put on tefillin, whether that's considered a chatzitza, it's considered something that gets in the way of putting tefillin on your head. And so in Haredi circles, like growing your hair long on top the way Chazi does is completely, how could you do such a thing? And all the all the Hasidic boys who are kind of rebellious, they all let their hair grow long and like, yeah. So Chazi's being a rebel with his blurit.
What time of day are your classes? Are they
Uh,
evening, daytime? Are they remote?
They're remote. They're not timed. So, and I just have to do. Oh, that's the other thing I considered doing today was pulling up my essay for from my Substack.
Oh yeah, I got the email. Is that like a truncated version since I don't subscribe to your newsletter?
Yeah, so I put my I put at least a little bit of it behind a paywall, partially because I didn't want to put my entire homework on the internet, and then I don't know, like I just figured it was safer. But yeah, I mean the preview is most of it, but like the article we were supposed to read, it was just Foucault and postmodernist decolonialization of ethics, BS. It was just bad.
So are you here for the curriculum or the credential?
Credential, 100% for the credential.
So you should just have ChatGPT do your coursework and be done with it.
Well, I mean, I considered that. I did.
Especially
But-
since ChatGPT is practically credentialed with a social work, license as it is. Like you're not going to get anything,
Yeah.
not pretty woke from that little AI these days.
Oh, did you see the thing I put on from ChatGPT in the memes section? Oh, this was a while back. Let me see if I can find it. I asked ChatGPT, what about social justice? And it was like, social justice is this important part of value and da 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 da. And I asked, what about Jesus? And it answered, I am an AI, so I have no thoughts about religion whatsoever, and like it would not be appropriate for me to opine about that. It's like, yeah, actually, you know what? You very definitely have a religion, and that's obvious from your answers.
Yeah. The meta answers are very telling and pretty boring, frankly. I mean, let's have at it, ChatGPT. What are your thoughts? I mean, we're nowhere close to AGI. That's my opinion. This is just better processing of big language corpus.
Yeah.
Corpi.
That's the same thing. A lot of people, Chazi's all into AI and stuff, and and it's like, and we were having this discussion at the estuary here in Los Angeles, and sorry, let me type this out really quickly. I think. And one of the guys was like, cars drive themselves. My car drives itself. And I'm like, no, you don't understand. That's not the same thing. Like, that's like the type of driving that your car does is the type of driving that you would do, that you do without even noticing you're driving.
Mhm.
Right?
It's qualitatively different. Well, we don't exactly know how we drive in the same way we know how a computer drives.
Yeah, but and when it comes down to it, it's not like the car is actually like, it's just been programmed with a series of responses. It knows very specifically where it's going. It knows very specifically, like it's looking for certain things. That's not anywhere close to an intelligence that you could suddenly take the car, put it in a city that it has zero programming for and tell it to drive at all.
Right. It's just a very sophisticated stack of if statements.
Yeah.
Very fast, and very lots of data points. It's awesome, but it's not getting anywhere close to a thinking brain. It's like,
Yeah.
But it is a lot of fun.
Yeah, but it's, I mean, it really is amazing to me that, like, the human brain is just so incredibly complex. And that's why, like, whenever Chezi brings up his brings up his, oh, AI is gonna change halacha and the speed of change is changing so much, and it's like, no, Chezi, you're buying into the hype, and frankly, like, yeah,
I don't think that's entirely wrong. So if you look, I mean, without the internet and the access to information, the speed at which you can learn something or be exposed to other things is incredible, and there's no way that 100 years ago, well, I shouldn't say no way, but I just, it's amazing how quickly you can go down a rabbit hole and find something or learn something that, like, I think should accelerate the progress towards whatever kind of, like, Schelling points that we collectively are oriented towards.
look, I am very excited about the idea that the earth will be covered with knowledge of God the way the waters cover the seas, right? And
Yeah. So where do you differ from, like, what do you not agree with, or do you lack the enthusiasm that Chezi has?
well, first of all, I don't think it is directly connected to the state of Israel in any way, and he does, and that's my big thing. For me, okay, so my religion would change not one bit if tomorrow a bunch of extraterrestrials showed up and they said, yeah, Torah is what we seeded in human history in order to help you guys understand things as best you could, and their spaceship landed on the Temple Mount and it looked like the temple, and basically they were the angels that Judaism teaches about and stuff like that, and
Yeah.
right. So
Right, wouldn't that just be, oh, so this is how it works, or, like, this is what,
yeah,
this is the manifestation, or, like, it's right.
what would be strange to me, even though Maimonides kind of, he's like, this is how it could be, is the way Chezi sees it, which is like, we as human beings are finally going to realize the Torah is true and decide to just build a temple on the Temple Mount.
Yeah. You don't like that approach as much, huh?
I really do.
That seems like the more intuitive or expected outcome versus the alien spaceship temple coming down from the sky. Although I can see that, like, there's no risk to, like, I don't see how it would shake your faith any more or less.
Chezi, are you saying Malachim Bet, chapter 17, or are you saying First Malachim 2:17? You were saying.
The other thing is that I think we were talking about finding a fish with fins but not scales, right? That would actually do more to compromise the Jewish faith than an alien temple falling from the sky on the Temple Mount.
Scales and no fins. Yeah.
Scales and no fins. Yeah, yeah. I'm curious about Chezi's sort of trying to rescue Jesus as the Messiah out of the jaws of Christianity for Noahides or something. It doesn't mean anything to me anymore. I don't know that I'd. What's the point of it? I guess, and honest question,
Honest question? The honest question is actually more internal to Judaism and all the various people. Breslov Hasidim still believed that Rabbi Nachman was going to be the Messiah.
Yeah.
Very large numbers of Chabad Hasidim believe that the Rebbe is going to be the Messiah.
Right.
And
are they both passed?
yes.
So they both would need to be resurrected.
Yeah. So Rabbi Nachman at Breslov died almost 200 years ago.
Yeah.
And the Rebbe died 30 years ago. And I mean, ultimately, this is something. I mean, when you look in the Talmud, there have been for generations and generations and generations of Jews who had a belief that a certain person was the Messiah and that person died and they refused to let it go, which, while I think it's a mistake, it's not enough of a mistake that we make a huge deal out of it. And it's wrong that in response to Christianity, certain Jews have decided to make a huge deal out of it. And there are a lot of Christians who have a very personal relationship with Jesus, not with Jesus as God, but with, if nothing else, just Christianity is the religion that they grew up with, and they have a recognition of the good and appreciation of everything that it's done for them.
Sure.
And so if they have no connection with the idea that Jesus could be the Messiah, okay, I mean, I'm not going to argue with you, but at the same time, Judaism's pretty proud about how lenient and we are in terms of, if you have personal feelings that Jesus is going to be the Messiah, okay, it's not the worst thing you could believe. Now, if you believe Jesus is God, yeah, that's bad. That's really bad.
Yeah.
But that if that's not what we're talking about, and I think that's why Chezi's so much oh, well, if Christians and certainly Muslims want to believe in Jesus as a prophet, there's a lot of people within Judaism who are repulsed by that because of the history of Judaism and Christianity.
Sure.
But it's not a theological position that we have.
Yeah, it's like if one of the Rebbe's, maybe not even one of his later followers, but just some rando walks in and cribs all of the Rebbe's teachings and then says, oh, you don't have to keep the Torah anymore or anything like that. That's the equivalent of what Paul maybe did with
You could say that. You could.
Right.
Say
I mean, no one's done that yet. I guess there's an opportunity for entrepreneurs.
Oh, trust me, there are people who claim to be disciples of the Rebbe who have said all kinds of stupid things.
Crazy things, yeah. Now, I know better than to speak for Christians even even a subset of them, but I know from my own experience that the focus on the messianic qualities of Jesus for, your sort of typical American Christians growing up, Protestant, Catholic, or otherwise, I think it's more the fixation is more on Jesus as God, the Savior, as opposed to Mashiach ben David, or so like it's just not. It doesn't. I don't think it has that level of sophistication typically. So like, it almost feels like the wrong problem to solve for, because I don't think there's a lot of people. I don't think there's a lot of Christians out there, at least in my life, who have ever really been super wound up around the messianic sort of status of Jesus, which is why I think it's like pretty easy to, if you pay attention, you can. It seems clear, at least to me, that the messianic promises or the messianic fulfillment just didn't happen. And I have $5,000 to add to your $5,000, and we can up the pot to 10,000 and make.
Oh, that pot is definitely above 10,000. I mean, the only reason I felt comfortable in doing it is I heard other people publicly make that challenge, and like I didn't even come up with the 5,000 figure. It was like that challenge exists. So yeah,
it is interesting though. Like the same criteria though would apply to the Rebbe and
Reb Nachman.
Yeah, Reb Nachman, because like the criticism is kind of the same, which is did the messianic things come to pass while they were alive? And the answer is
okay.
Maybe, no.
So the Talmud talks about Beit Menachem, like there are these various groups who say that their rabbi will be the Messiah. This is in the Talmud itself. And the idea is in a similar manner to what the more reasonable Christians say, which is, okay, this is a person who was anointed in a certain way to help rectify the world, and through their life and their life teachings and the way they lived their life, they impacted the world in a way that is unique, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And okay, I mean, I'm not exactly opposed to any of these ideas, but you could make that argument about any number of people, a large number of people.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Chazi, you didn't tell us which Bible verse you did not give enough information. Those nations worshipped the Lord, but they also serve their idols to this day. Their children and their children's children do as their ancestors did. I'll give you the same answer Rabbi Malat gives constantly, which is ultimately when the Messiah comes, people are going to, in fact, like, it's not good enough to say, like, my joke, like, the Trinity, I mean, 3 gods is definitely a step up from what the number of gods, like, Gentiles were, you guys are almost there. Like, you're down to 3 gods, 2 more to go, and, like, you're there, right?
Yeah, but we started with 1 and then we added 2, right? So it's not like we're like whittling down from something, right? Like if it started with Judaism, it went the wrong direction. We had it right.
Well, Paul's church was Gentiles, right? And they were. So, I mean, for a Jew, Christianity is a step down. For a Gentile, Christianity is a step up, maybe. But like ultimately, when we're talking about ultimate truth and reality and stuff, it's not good enough to say, okay, they've also served their idols.
That's a tough one. I mean, I think that kind of gets into the idolatry question that I messaged you that Rabbi Singer addresses in that video, which is how culpable are Trinitarians of their idolatry? Like, what's the level of the idolatry and what's the culpability level? And it's hard to disentangle, but I think his intuition that like they don't actually believe it because it's an impossible thing to believe is an interesting angle.
That's also Sam from the Transfigure channel. He's the Unitarian.
Yeah.
That's also his thing. He's like, Trinitarians don't actually believe in.
Well, it's dangerous territory to speak for a group, but like I just I can speak for myself that it is a paradoxical doctrine, and everyone knows that. But so how does it actually manifest? I watched his video, Sam and PVK and John Vervaeke talk about Neoplatonism. I thought that was a good that was a good video. It was a couple years old now, or a few years old.
Yeah, and I did a commentary video on it, and actually Pastor Tanner came on my channel and when I did the commentary video, and he gave probably the best defense of the Trinity on my channel ever there. But I mean, at the same time, I don't think it was the best case for it, and he actually seriously believes in the Trinity as opposed to the vast majority of Christians that I think just defend it because they kind of have to.
Mm-hmm.
And frankly, like, with his conception and his understanding, I'm not sure God's gonna, like, his understanding is actually it's far, far better than the vast majority of Christians. So, like,
is that good or bad for his soul?
I think that's good for his soul.
Okay.
I think he's seriously contending with it, and he is where he is at in honesty. I think it's far worse to realize that the Trinity is garbage and refuse to admit it because you go to church and you don't want to get kicked out of that church.
Sure. Yeah. Well, it's kind of, Pascal's wager. I think when you're faced with one of those kinds of binary decisions, it's like, well, I got to pick one or the other, and if I'm wrong, it's curtains.
See, that's the thing. I don't think God is. I don't think that's the way God works. I don't think God is on a binary like that. I think God sees the totality of your situation and sees what's difficult and what's easy and understands your heart and your mind better than you yourself do.
Yeah.
And that's why, for example, Krish, who came on last night, right? Really, his major problem with Christianity and Islam was, my parents are good people. They're Hindus. My parents are good people. I don't believe, even though I disagree with them, and he does disagree with them, he doesn't believe in Hinduism.
Right.
Right? He also cannot accept a religion that would say his parents are going to hell, which frankly makes me think he's a good person.
Sure.
Like, so.
But that's really the trouble with idolatry, right? Like that's like the trickiest area of doctrine or whatever, because otherwise good people can get tripped up in a way that they can't help it. Like I know it's more nuanced and complicated than that, but I think that's kind of the thing is like, and I think that's what a lot of typical Christian response would be is like, yeah, these people look like they're good people, but either they're totally depraved or, and or some combination of they believe the wrong stuff that is analogous to idolatry or is idolatry. And so therefore, wrong propositional beliefs, you get the trapdoor to hell. Sorry, you know.
So,
And, that's a tough pill to swallow for sure.
so I've told this story a billion times, but I don't think I've told it to you, so I'm going to subject everybody to it a billion more times, or one more time. When I was at USC, there were two girls from Mennonite backgrounds. They didn't know each other, but both of them had decided that they wanted to learn more about Judaism. So they started hanging around the Chabad. And both of them started on the process of converting to Judaism. One of them lives in Israel with her family now and is an Orthodox Jew. And another one of them didn't actually convert, but is still pretty close to the family. And I was sitting talking to them, and I asked them, what made you want to convert? And one of them answered me, and the other one said, yeah, that's my answer too. Which is, in spending time around the Chabad house, they got to know my rabbi and his wife. And my rabbi and his wife, they're not perfect people, they're people. But they're people who really devote their life to God and doing good things and being kind people, and you can really see that they're honestly, genuinely people who spend their entire life like trying to keep Torah and mitzvot at every minute of every day. And she said, I cannot believe in a God that would say that just because they don't believe in Jesus, they're going to hell. Mm-hmm. Right?
Yeah.
And so there's a discussion, there's a speech by Rabbi Emanuel Shochat by Jews for Judaism on YouTube, and they cut it up into like 7 pieces because they thought, oh, it's too long, and frankly, if it was one piece, it would be so much better than it is, but like, I made a playlist of them. I'll try to find it and post it on the Discord again.
Yeah.
And he starts off with like, don't listen to this unless you really want polemic debate, and I don't mean to offend people, and da-di-da-di-da, and makes a lot of things. And he says, that he read the most horrible, disgusting, incredible, evil sentence in all of human literature in the book of John, where Jesus says, no one comes to the Father except through me. Because how could anybody say, right, that no one comes to God except through me? Like, that's, and he's like, oh, you can try to explain it to me that it's like, oh, he didn't mean it this way, he didn't mean it that way, it's not, right? But once you're playing that game of contextualizing things, then Judaism, this is my Bible. You can tell me, oh, it's your Bible, but you can't tell of the Hebrew Bible that we don't understand it. Just like you're telling me that I don't understand what Jesus meant by that. But if you understand that verse as Christians have traditionally understood it for thousands of years, that anybody who doesn't believe in Jesus is going to hell no matter how good of a person they are, no matter how, there's a reason why all of Christianity has basically rejected that over the past 100 years. It's a horrible idea that, like, how could you believe such a thing? Yes, I know Chazi. One of these days we're going to have to sit down and learn Sefer Arachim Chabad and what he says there, which is why I have been so defensive of the monarchical trinity. But
Yeah.
when it comes down to it, when somebody like Jonathan's like, just get rid of the idolatry completely, I can't say no.
Wait, what was that last thing you said? You can't.
I can't say no.
Sure. I mean, I come from it from like someone who's, I think, still kind of wrestling with the implications for myself. Like, I'm not on some kind of crusade to, rid the world of Trinitarianism, I guess, per se. But I'm curious what you think about. So I've known a lot of people who I would consider righteous or pretty righteous to some degree, or holy to some degree, and some of them happen to be Christians. And so there's lots of stories of saints and monastics and such who had reputations for holiness and did certain miraculous kind of works or what have you. So I mean, what's the Jewish understanding of where that stuff comes from? I mean, it could come from God, it can come from lots of different places, right?
Well, ultimately, all of it always comes from God.
Right.
The question is it come from, basically, I mean, you could say, is it angels or demons?
Right. Are demons a particular type of? Demons are not fallen angels because there's really no such thing in Judaism, correct?
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
So they are another kind of being that we don't have a whole lot of information about.
Well, I mean, so the idea is that God also creates darkness. He also creates, and it is, as opposed to, so Rabbi Akiva famously said, Kol Rahmana Avid, Latav Avid, all that the Merciful has created, he has created for the good. And the example I like to give is, what do you call a place where you take little babies and you strap them down and poke them with needles and cut them and make them bleed and poison them and just torture them and make them cry? And
The hospital.
you call it a children's hospital.
Yeah.
And a children's hospital is a horrible, horrible thing that should never exist. But it does, and I'm thankful that it does, because it's better than the alternative, right? And it's something that God created for the good, but it's not something that is itself good. And recognizing the difference between something that is good and something that is for the good, right?
Yeah.
Is an important distinction to have. And God only reveals himself to the degree that we can withstand that revelation, right? Like God says to Moses, no one can see my face and live. Therefore, he allows Moses to see the back of God, whatever that means, right? And that's our idea of angels versus demons, right? Angels represent the face of God, and demons represent the back of God, right? But ultimately, all of them and everything exists sola. What did the Protestants say? Sola gloria Dei, something like that. Only for the glory of God, right?
Yep.
Um,
Sola Gloria Dei. Yeah.
yeah, and so this is part of the reason we're not an evangelical religion. We do believe, and funny enough, Islam seems to have gotten it from Judaism as well. The idea that God reveals himself in the best way possible, even to all those people living in Sentinel Island, right? Who they're cannibals and murderers and polytheists and know nothing, like they live really miserable lives ultimately, right? But God is also there with with them, and in fact God suffers in being there with them. And this is where I would point people towards Tomer Deborah and Dr. Henry Abramson's explanation of he wrote a book, The Kabbalah of Forgiveness, right? So, yeah, I mean, it's not that knowledgeable Jews, certainly there have been Jews that throughout the centuries have thought, yeah, like, all these Christians, they're deluded by magic and they're all going to hell, and they're going to burn forever, right? But that's not an educated Jewish stance on how and why some of these saints, some of whom were actually good people, but some of them were actually horrible people. Let's face it, there were definitely Christian saints who were horrible people. And maybe, like, magic versus miracles, it's a question, right?
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, ultimately, like, if you believe there's only one God, right, then the vast majority of people are going to have a place in the world to come. And God knows, because God desires that we should all live. Like, the Bible says that quite clearly. And we're not strong enough to resist God's plans. God will defeat us. It is incredible hubris for you to think that you are capable of finding your way into hell when God doesn't want you to.
It's a very Calvinist thing to say.
That's precisely what Paul Vanderklay constantly says to me when I say such things.
It's like the horseshoe, kind of meeting itself on the other side.
I guess, except Calvinists seem to think that, like, this idea of total depravity, you're not totally depraved. You seem like a pretty nice guy. I mean, you might have, like, I don't know, little kids in the basement. I don't know, but I doubt it.
I do, but they're my children, and they're totally free to run around.
Oh, okay.
They play down there.
Okay.
But yeah, I know what you're saying. Well, I think that's just another one of those doctrines that propositionally and confessionally are believed, but, like, does your day-to-day life actually follow from those beliefs? Usually not. They're either inconsequential or they're just ignored.
That's one of the funniest things about it. Paul Vanderklay constantly tells me, like, while Calvinism may sound deterministic, he doesn't actually know any Calvinists who act like they believe in determinism or are nihilistic.
No, even if we had no free will, I have no idea how to act as if I don't. So, like, it's an interesting thing to think about, maybe, but I'll still decide what to eat for dinner tonight, I think.
Yeah, exactly. No, and frankly, I have to say, part of the reason, and it's not just me, I've spoken to rabbis about this, who are very concerned with the anti-Christian sentiment of Noahides and the ex-Christian, and like, I am mostly concerned with, like, Thanksgiving, you going over to your in-laws or even your own parents, and like, I want you to get along with your parents. And I don't want you to be any more judgmental and thinking your parents are committing idolatry than absolutely necessary.
Yeah. Well, I think that's a natural phenomenon of the sort of the convert profile, right? As a zealotry. Like, I was a teenager when I became Catholic, in a you'll actually like the story. I was going to a Baptist high school. They showed us some propaganda video in our Bible class about Roman Catholics, and I was like, that doesn't pass the sniff test. So I had to go investigate on my own. The internet existed in 1997 or whatever it was, and I was able to go find biblical proofs for Catholicism, or some website after a little Googling, right? And, down the rabbit hole I go. And I was about to graduate from that school, and the principal, it was a small school, but word travels fast when a kid becomes a Roman Catholic. I mean, that's worse than Satanism, right? I mean,
Yeah.
that's right, because it's like bizarro Christianity. So super threatening. Of course, I had some teachers who were trying to engage with me, right? I mean, I had some great teachers in that moment, but I mean, it was me against the world a little bit. But the principal, who was a bit of a piece of work, he's like, I think he was in a moment of posturing and bravado, threatened to kick me out of the school, and I was like, months away from graduating, because I didn't conform or believe in the the creedal statement or whatever that I signed. Yeah. And being a smart ass 17-year-old or whatever, I said, look, principal, I will be happy to resign my position at the school if you can show me where in the Bible the doctrine of the Trinity is found. And he, it was like a mic drop moment, because he just didn't say anything else and just stormed away, and I never heard from him since. So I did graduate.
By refusing the Trinity, you were a Jew already back then.
Well, I didn't refuse it, but I was using it as a weapon.
Yeah.
I was using sola scriptura against him, but it worked. And of course, at Calvin College, they were so liberal, quote unquote, that they loved having a Catholic student. Yeah, that was an easy angle for writing my various essays and papers, right? Because I got to be the token papist.
Oh, is there any type of like campus ministry by the Roman Catholics on Calvin College, or no?
No, in fact, there might have been 3 or 4 Catholics at the school. I mean, it's just not a real self-selecting group. I was kind of already on my way, and so that was just sort of the fate kind of pushed me in that direction. So I didn't really have time or inclination, frankly, at that age to change course. I mean, I think I looked at maybe transferring into a Catholic school, but the philosophy department at Calvin College turned out to be a real great place, and so I stayed there and finished my studies there. And I don't typically recommend Calvin College, but I do think it was successful for me.
Well, about now is when Paul Vanderklay usually tunes into my Just Chatting streams.
Yeah.
And so he might be listening, and having somebody from Calvin College, soon to be renamed Servetus University, um, who is now a Noahide. Yeah, that's
Well,
like
by way of the Catholic Church and flirted with Orthodoxy for a hot minute. So I mean, I also think that like I'm not a great spokesperson for like religious stability, maybe you could say, but
I just have to wonder, like, how many students have been through Calvin College in the past, I don't know how many years, that one of them is a Noahide. Like,
well, there's only 100,000 in the world, and I guess I'm a pretty rare breed of bird.
you are a very rare breed, and you went to Calvin College. Like,
Which is also a pretty niche thing, yeah.
yeah, I have to wonder how many Noahides went to Calvin College. You are quite likely the only one.
Well, I'm certainly one of the few Roman Catholics who went through there. Although there are a couple of famous converts who have come out of there.
Yeah, but like, there's a billion Roman Catholics in the world, and
Sure.
like,
Yeah.
yeah.
I feel like there should be a Wikipedia page, right, for notable converts to Noahidism, or well, that's probably wrong, but like there's the converts pages for converts to Judaism, converts to Catholicism.
I have to wonder how many Calvin students converted to Orthodox Judaism, because
That's probably pretty.
that's actually, so that happens. That's something. The funniest thing is and Rabbi Skobach made a video about this. The biggest like chunk of people who convert to Orthodox Judaism are Protestant ministers.
Well, that makes sense.
I personally know several Protestant ministers who converted to Orthodox Judaism.
Because it's right in front of your nose all day long.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I didn't meet a real life Jewish person until I was in my 20s in Chicago, and even then, none of them were religious. I don't think in fact, I still don't think I've met a religious Jew, right?
Yeah.
I guess it's getting closer.
Yeah.
But nobody wearing a kippah.
Well,
But-
Chezi.
Oh, does he have one hidden behind the?
Oh, he wears a yarmulke.
Oh, okay. I guess he would.
Chezi wears a yarmulke. He wears tzitzis. He's a good boy, despite being a.
Rabbi Singer, you can barely tell he's wearing his yarmulke. So for a second, for a little while there, I was like, is he observant?
That's funny though. I actually, somebody messaged me. He was asking about the yarmulke,
Yeah.
and he was like, "Well, you wear it as a sign of identity," and it's like, no, actually, you very much do not.
Right. Right. And it's not strictly a requirement, right? It's more of a practice, yeah.
Yeah, and
Discipline.
yeah. I mean, it's a minhag. It's a practice of the Jewish community, and you wear it to remind you that no matter that there's always something above you, and there are certainly there are very, very few Orthodox Jewish lawyers who wear their yarmulke in court.
Yeah.
For religious reasons, they don't wear it in court.
Right.
And so so like, the reason the yarmulke is small is actually, it's meant to be inconspicuous, right? And that's why I wore a black yarmulke. That's why a lot of people wear black yarmulkes. It's in order to make it inconspicuous.
Sure.
I have not read the Olat HaTamid on Shituf. I don't even know who the Olat HaTamid is, although I remember that I have heard that name, Olat Uh, it looks like Google thinks that it's an Israeli band, which I could believe, but I'm guessing you're not referring to the Israeli band.
He's talking about Shatuf. Doesn't sound
Yes,
musical. Boy, we trying to rewind back to a previous thing we were talking about, but we got on a roll there. The predominance, well, so Protestant ministers becoming Orthodox Jews makes sense. Orthodox Jews coming out of Calvin College, converts, probably not too many of them.
Noahides, there's at least one.
Let alone Noahides, yeah. Maybe I get to be the first.
Yeah. We were
well,
talking
yeah,
about
just talking
Thanksgiving.
about it.
Yeah.
Thanksgiving, right? Oh yeah. Yeah, there aren't a lot of. I haven't looked into whether or not there's a Chabad house here in Grand Rapids, but I think before talking to you, I wasn't sure what were sort of safe and not safe, or kosher not kosher kind of resources, because there's a Temple Emmanuel here. There's so I'm sure I'm not sure if it's Reform or conservative, but
If it's temple, it's reform. Conservative don't have temples. Temple is a very reform idea.
yeah. But yeah, just not a whole lot of Jewish presence here in West Michigan. At least not that we know of. Not observant, anyways.
Grand Rapids Chabad. Let me see if I know the rabbi there. Who is Chabad of Western Michigan? Who is the rabbi? I don't see a name. Latest photos. Looks like there's all of 4 people there. Yes, this looks like a tiny synagogue with. Oh, the rabbi's pretty old, actually. Okay. I wonder when it was established. That may be why what's the name of the rabbi there? West Michigan. They have a day school.
What?
Yeah, I mean it's.
I gotta send my kids there. No, I probably can't get in.
I'm not sure. Maybe they would take your kids. You're an actual Noahide. That's actually far more observant than. That's far more observant than the vast majority of Jews who would be sending their kids there.
Yeah, I don't think I'd fit in super well. I think I'd have to go to Muncie. Which funny story though. Like early on listening to these YouTube videos and hearing about Muncie all the time. I looked up Muncie, and of course there's Muncie, Indiana, and I'm just like, I'm not seeing it. I'm just
no, Muncie,
sure.
New Jersey.
No,
yeah.
I figured that out. Yeah, and
yeah.
It's like, how that Muncie? Yeah, but if I moved to a Jewish community, I think I would probably just skip the whole thing in the U.S. and go straight to Israel. I mean,
well,
if it's the weather alone could probably be a selling point for the wife. But we did spend a lot of time away from our immediate family. We lived in Austin, so that would be a little bit of a bummer. But you do what you got to do, and
your kids would have to learn Hebrew.
I can't. That's not too hard. They're young.
How old are your kids?
7 and 4 in 4 months.
Okay. Yeah.
So the 7-year-old has some catching up to do. He's pretty much a heathen. Just because we don't know what we're doing.
What does your wife think of all this?
Well, that's a story unto itself. Maybe when you get your therapy license, I can pay you to
We'll
talk about
talk.
that.
Okay. Yeah, so Rabbi Weingarten, uh,
Weingarten, I like the sound of that.
yeah, he's Rabbi Yosef Weingarten. Yeah, he's apparently been there a while. His kids are grown. He's got, yeah. Here, I'll show you. That's Rabbi Weingarten and his kids.
Oh, okay. Looks like David Letterman.
I'm guessing this is them for Purim. February 28, 2021. Yeah, that would be Purim.
Yeah, I was thinking I would rather go to Israel during Sukkot.
Well, Sukkot, honestly, it's going to be expensive. It's going to be expensive. Part of the reason I thought February is it would let the most people actually come.
Sure. Yeah, no, but like, I just think it'd be a cool. Isn't it a festival that's kind of more open to the outsiders? True, or just
So during Sukkot, there are 70 bulls brought for the 70 nations, and especially, I mean, some people, yeah. Chazi is of the opinion that you can even cook for Gentiles on high holidays, which is a controversial issue. Like inviting a Gentile to come to a Sabbath meal there's no question that it's fine, because you're not cooking on the Sabbath for him. You cook before the Sabbath, and that's fine. When you cook on holidays like Sukkot, if you can cook for Gentile guests, well, I think almost everybody says you can, especially you're cooking for yourself and there's just a little bit more, but that already gets kind of questionable, and so, yeah, I mean, holidays, I thought Purim Katan would be a good time because it's not an actual holiday.
I heard a story, maybe it was Rabbi Bredowitz was telling it about when Mashiach comes, everybody comes to Israel, and like some of the Gentiles, all the Gentiles or something, are sort of given like a chance to somebody who's got their last chance with God. Basically, it's like you participate in Sukkot and everyone goes in, and then God like turns up the heat, and
That's a famous midrash. Yeah.
if you survive the Sukkot sauna, you get to stick around for the world to come.
Well, okay, so the midrash is that when Mashiach comes, the Gentiles are going to say to God, it's not fair you gave the Torah to Israel, and we didn't get a chance to keep the Torah. And the way the midrash goes is God says, I have a small commandment for you to keep, and it is called sukkah. It is called booth, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so the Gentiles go into the booth, and the midrash says God takes the sun out of its sheath, and the Gentile nations will leave the sukkah, and as they leave, they will kick the door. And so the obvious question is, first of all, if it's uncomfortable in the sukkah, there's no mitzvah to stay in the sukkah. You're not only can you leave, a lot of people say you should leave, and there's a Mishnah which compares somebody who stays in the sukkah when it's raining to somebody who stays in at someone's house after the Baal Habayit, the owner of the house, poured water in their face. Right? It's like, and the answer that's given is like, well, I mean, you really have to understand the question. Like, what is God doing there? He's if they have a serious thing to say, right, and you didn't give us the Torah, then give them an opportunity. And if they don't have a serious thing to say, then why are you even giving them this small mitzvah and then taking the sun out of its sheath? What exactly is going on here? And the explanation that's given, and I think it's the Rebbe who gives this explanation, but it might be a general explanation many people give, is the fact is a mitzvah because God gave you the commandment. And if God gives you the commandment to go sit in the sukkah, you go sit in the sukkah. And if God doesn't give you the commandment to go to sit in the sukkah, then you don't go sit in the sukkah. And what's the actual test? What's actually going on? And what is really the Midrash is saying is that these people want to sit in the sukkah, and when they are relieved of the obligation to sit in the sukkah, they kick the door in, right? And that's the problem. That's the problem. It's a mitzvah when God, if you're doing something for the mitzvah, you're doing it because that's what God wants, right? So in either case, you shouldn't be kicking the door in. And that's what God is answering these people with, is my commandments are my commandments. I told the Jews to sit in the sukkah, and I didn't tell you to sit in the sukkah. And if you go sit in the sukkah and it gets too warm, or it gets too cold, or it starts raining, and you don't get to sit in the sukkah, then it's a mitzvah for you not to sit in the sukkah, and you have to accept that. That's the mitzvah. And yeah, it's a fine point, but it's an important point, and it's part of what Guile is sunbathing on campus listening to this. Which campus? If it's Calvin University, that would be funny.
No, nowhere near here. Yeah, there's no sun to be seen. It's there. The UV rays are there, but
I actually, when I took PBK to Calvin, he had to go check in and stuff, so I went onto the quad, and there were some wooden lawn chairs on the quad,
yeah.
and I went and I just I sat there in the sun, lounging. Nathaniel J. Franco. Good. You guys can talk. I will be back in 2 minutes when I get something.
Oh, I'm getting put on the spot to talk.
At least you're not alone.
Oh, I'm in between courses, and I thought it was very timely to you guys talking about baking in the sun, and here I am.
Yeah. Yeah. What part of the world are you in right now where you have blue skies?
Oh, it's Bay Area.
Oh, of course. I shouldn't even ask. California. Yeah. We are midwinter
Yep.
here in Michigan, so it's gray, but we have snow. Uh-oh. Lost you. Oh, there you're back. You need that Starlink.
I'm sure I'll be lost several times. I actually just wanted to pop in to prove that I was indeed sunbathing, as per Jacob's confusion.
Yeah, thanks for rubbing it in. Yeah. What class are you going to next?
My environmental ethics course, which is kind of what the professor thinks. Touch the book much.
And what course did you come from?
Metaphysics 3 hours ago.
Got it.
And I had a great discussion with like an older Islamic man after I had to present today. So that went well. So, you know, when you present and you do well, the whole rest of the day is kind of easy going.
Yeah, that doesn't change when you get to the workaday world either.
Good thing I don't actually have to work.
for
I
sure.
can just sit here and pretend.
No, I'm borrowing time for sure.
I know, it's a nice gig.
Insurance.
Nathaniel is studying philosophy. Jonathan studied philosophy.
I did. Yeah. What are you focused on any particular philosophy school, Nathaniel?
You know what? I'm lagging bad now. I'll probably go back to it. Yes, I have 7 philosophy courses. So busy, lots on my plate. You guys are awesome.
Good.
You're leaving us. He's leaving us.
Yeah, it was super janky. I told him to get a Starlink. It's not. I'm not working out on that campus.
Really, he's in a pretty central place. If any campus has good, he's not that far from what's its name?
That's the irony, right?
Yeah, he's not that far from Silicon Valley.
He's probably just picking up Wi-Fi between buildings, and something like that. I'm just guessing. So he's an undergrad studying philosophy. That's a further and further in the rearview mirror for me, but.
Yeah, my recommendation was not to try to become an academic.
Yeah, I flirted with it for a minute. I thought about maybe going to Notre Dame and doing a philosophy, at least a doctorate. I would have skipped master's and just gone straight for the doctorate. But I went to the Jesuits instead, which was a disaster and a story for another day. But that was no good.
The Jesuits, I really don't know what to think of the Jesuits. I know a lot of religious Catholics don't like Pope Francis.
Yeah, I'm sure whatever Father Eric tells you, you should believe it.
The thing is, Pope Francis, I was actually kind of impressed with his emphasis on the poor and things like that, and being anti-clericalist and things like that. And I don't know, he doesn't seem so bad, but it's not like I was a little bit unhappy when Nancy Pelosi flew to the Vatican to get communion right after she was excommunicated.
Yeah, I mean, sure. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot there. I mean, the Benedict book that just dropped, after he dies. I mean, I don't think that's really. I think the aftershock of that has not yet been felt throughout Christendom.
Well, it hasn't even been translated to English yet, right?
What's taking them so long? I mean, how long does it take? Somebody that knows Italian just needs to sit there and just start churning out. I mean, I guess you can have Google Translate do the same thing, but I guess the TLDR has got to come out by now, right?
Oh, I've seen some TLDRs.
Yeah,
I've
right.
seen some TLDRs. Yeah.
I guess I haven't seen more.
Yeah, the Gay Mafia apparently is. Look, what do you expect when you demand your priests take vows of chastity?
So I don't Like I guess I will defend the church on that front, although I could be persuaded to change my mind. I mean, there is a lot of, seems like an overwhelming amount of evidence, but I don't think it necessarily follows that taking either a vow of chastity or a promise not to marry entails that you're going to have same sex or pre-pubescent or all
Okay,
kinds of.
no. Hold, let's separate something, and I know that I'm going to go regret this, but
Say it.
there has to be you, and too many people are not distinguishing between the types of things that happen where people are predatorily in, like, yes, they're both wrong, but a 22-year-old and a 16-year-old having a gay relationship is very, very, very different from raping a 10-year-old, right?
100%. Yep.
Both wrong, both forms of rape, but like statutory rape is not the same thing as pedophilia. And like what happened with Cardinal McCarrick, I think his name was,
Yeah.
which was like he was sleeping with like 20-year-old seminarians and seducing them, and as a cardinal, like, yeah, that's bad. That's a firing offense. I'm not sure I would make it a criminal offense, and I certainly wouldn't call that pedophilia, right?
Sure, maybe not. You also have to question, like, I don't know that if I was a 20-year-old seminarian or a 22-year-old seminarian that I would have necessarily fallen for the old man bishop or cardinal, like, putting the moves on. I would have been like,
Are you gay or not?
right. If not, like, so it's like, how is this?
I don't think he was putting the moves on any
Anyone else.
heterosexual. Yeah.
Right, but the fact that there's enough grist for the mill, let's say.
Well, that's part of the thing. Like, how many religious Catholic boys from religious Catholic families realize they're gay and go, oh, maybe I should become a priest.
Totally. Yeah.
And,
I mean, it was pretty
yeah.
obvious. It was pretty obvious who was who, and they self-select and self-sort. And I think the sort of straight, doing my best here to try to have a vocation as a priest in the Catholic Church, those guys just have to figure out their own path through this morass of, clearly.
Well, and I have no problem whatsoever with a religious homosexual Catholic going, oh, I'm going to live a chaste life, and
Totally.
let me go become a priest, and
Yeah.
who is actually chaste. And if that's the type of people, and quite likely it was, that Cardinal McCarrick was initiating into the gay mafia within the Catholic Church, yeah, that's horrible, and that's the gates of hell prevailing on the church.
Yeah.
But ultimately, I think the fact that in Judaism, in order to be considered a serious rabbi, you have to be married, and like, that's a good thing.
I mean, the Orthodox typically do it too, and I feel like, if I were running the show in the Catholic Church, I would think long and hard about at least relaxing the discipline a bit, and that would help, I think, naturally shine some disinfectant light on what covers for some corruption.
Yeah.
I think.
I really dislike the fact that I think people like McCarrick, and frankly, whatever form of gay mafia exists in the priesthood, I think they hide behind the idea that pedophilia is the problem, and because like when people hear pedophilia, they think, oh, they're raping prepubescent children, and it's like,
that's very, very rare.
yeah, well,
It's adolescents or older, right? So whatever the other E word that is.
it's actually, I think it's called hepaphilia or something.
Yeah. I've read it more than I've said it. Thank God. But yeah, I think that's right. It's not pedophilia per se, but it is a thing, and you don't have to go very, very far to see it. And it's it's a problem.
The really surprising thing was that apparently some seminary's dean was showing pornography to students. Like, it's like, what? Like, in what world did that make sense to you?
Yeah, and what are you going to do? I mean, where do you go? Especially if you're afraid that the next person up on the chain of command might also be part of, said group. You're just setting yourself up for a world of hurt, and yeah, it's a pretty complicated thing. I think the reality is that most seminarians and people in vulnerable positions won't talk about it publicly or openly, and then because they want to get through to their ordination or get themselves ensconced such that they're more protected. But at that point too, there's maybe not a whole lot of, like, they don't want to run afoul of the bishop, right? So I wouldn't expect a lot of tell-alls, but like, as a lay person who has no particular loyalty anymore to the church, although I have a respect for it, or maybe some kind of an affinity, but I don't mind saying what I saw to be true there. Like, it's a deeply it's a deeply flawed institution, which I think everybody. I mean, it's made up of people, but
well, you don't need to do a tell-all or anything. You should be able to just write a letter to the Congregation for the Defense of the Faith or whatever in the Vatican.
And how well did that go? I mean, even when the Pope Benedict was running it for a long, long, long time, I mean, things were done, but not everything and not enough. And I mean, I don't even know how you. I mean, it's the stuff of conspiracy theories, really. I mean, it's like.
And frankly, like, to me, it seems like, okay, once a priest has been credibly accused of raping a child, ship him off to a monastery somewhere and he never gets to see the light of day again. Like, why is this a problem?
I think that did happen in some cases.
That's what should have happened in every case. It's like, if you actually did it, like, okay, you're never seeing another child again in your life. We can take care of that. We have monasteries all over the place that could use more monks. Like, what's the problem?
Yeah, I don't know really how often that was done and like what the actual outcomes were. Because I mean, at the end of the day, you can just leave or you can just do something different. I mean, abuser's going to abuse, right? But it depends on what they were motivated by. If they really were dedicated to a life of penitence and chastity, then sure, they would go and that would be their lot. But I don't think there's enough room in the monasteries for all of them, Jacob, unfortunately. I don't know.
Really?
Well, and I guess, well, to your point about like the abuse of minors or like, cases of rape or whatever, that's more in the minority maybe than just simply the network of consenting adults violating, the discipline and tenets of their faith. But yet, not such that they need to be put in a monastery. Well, I mean, not by.
They need to be defrocked. I'm sorry, but if you're running like a gay priest dating service, yeah, that should be like, yeah.
Yeah. So, I don't think that but even in a religious community, right, where you've got men living together with other men, um, you know, I haven't heard that. Maybe in the more cloistered monasteries, it's either doesn't happen or it's just not talked about. I'd be curious to know um, if this is a phenomenon in like Orthodox monasteries. Doesn't strike me as something that happens much. I don't hear about it much. You'd think it'd be more of a scandal if it happened. But the regular
Unfortunately, I have to say, there are steerings of these types of things happening in Hasidic yeshivas,
yeah,
which are sex segregated, and yeah, it's something we actually kind of talked about on the Discord.
yeah,
Like, I think a lot of people don't realize in American culture, like we teach our kids this motion, right?
yeah,
And like that's not a natural thing that without seeing somebody else do you would recognize is a yeah, it sounds like the Navy, exactly. And people have sexual urges they don't know how to deal with, and um, yeah, and so people are people, and I don't think necessarily, even if you're completely sex segregated, like um, Hasidic, some Hasidic communities, like you will, as a male, you will never see a female you're not related to, ever, pretty much,
hmm
right? Certainly not as a young unmarried male, right? And so it's the sex segregation is pretty stringent, but first of all, there were plenty of stories of shotgun weddings, so those happened even in those communities.
hmm
Um, and then I certainly had heard steerings. I mean, I have no way of knowing, but that there were such things happening. Um, but I mean, part of that is wherever you go, human beings are going to be human beings.
Well, it doesn't seem to happen as often to the Orthodox or to the Protestants or to places where you don't have. Um,
Well, Protestants, I mean, part
well,
of
actually, it happens. Probably, it just doesn't happen institutionally. So it's more diffuse and it's less easy to stick your finger on um,
yeah,
an organizational culprit. Um,
yeah. I mean, yeah. Don't know what to tell you. I think smaller communities, it's far less likely to happen than when you have larger communities, right? If you only have, I don't know, 20 people, um, how many, like, one of them is gay, maybe two, but once you have 200 or 2,000 people, that that already creates its own possibility.
yeah.
Richard says, "I'm sure if an investigative journalist wanted to, they could find it in Eastern Orthodoxy. Frankly, I would be very surprised if no gay males ever had sex on Mount Athos, but that's my personal. I mean, no females are allowed on Mount Athos, and there are thousands of monasteries there."
Yeah, that would be the place to look if you were so inclined. But I mean, I'm not even suggesting that you would um, that it so much matters. Maybe it's just a fact of life, but um, there's a certain irony to it, and the world likes to see that irony exposed. Um, I'm gonna hop, and I'm gonna leave you with one last little anecdote. I was watching a Q&A with Rabbi Bredovitz the other day, and he was saying that like uh, the Christianity is constantly for centuries been like, oh, the Jews killed Christ, the Jews killed Christ, and then like at Vatican II or whatever, they're like like just kidding, or like, yeah, maybe you guys could get, maybe you guys didn't, and he's like, no, but we actually did. Like, we didn't do it. We handed them over to the Romans, and like we should have done it. Like he's like,
Oh, Rabbi Bredowitz said that?
Rabbi Fedorowicz was like, it was like we did hand them over, and it was a good thing we did. It was like I like rebounded a couple of times. I'm like, did I hear that right? So I guess it's a blessing we live in such a time. Although,
Yeah.
I hope that kind of stuff doesn't backfire. But I feel like unless we see some sort of rise of
I have to wonder how jokingly he said it. Although
no, he was not fiery preaching. There was a smile on his face, but I think he was like being somewhat jocular.
There definitely is one interpretation of a particular passage in the Talmud Sanhedrin which could imply that that's what happened, and that certainly seems to be Maimonides' reading of what happened. But I think both of those are just Jews believing what Christians said.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It was still interesting to hear from him.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually, if you remember which video that was, drop it.
I'll go find it right now and drop it in the link for you. But take care. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
I'm gonna find that Rabbi Shochat.
Oh yeah, and find me the Pastor Tanner video that you were talking about too, like the best case for the Trinity that you heard.
Oh, okay.
All right, adios.
Okay, talk to you later. If you guys are hearing that, that's Happy having a nightmare. clown of Babylon.
Hello.
Hello,
How are you?
Elijah. This is becoming the All Noahide channel.
1 second, I forgot to pause the other one. What did you say?
This is becoming the All Noahide channel.
The all Noah, 100% Noahides. You'll have to give your channel up for real now.
That I wouldn't mind. Although, yeah, my channel, like, once the new channel comes out, this probably will become like the old, the All Noahide channel,
only
which won't be
listen.
bad.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. I do have one kind of question for you. So, I was reading some of Saadia Gaon's Doctrine and Beliefs book.
Oof.
Yes, and it's
De'ot ve'emunah. Yes.
yes, and it's a little strange, I think, to me, because he talks about like the nature and the essence of the soul, like it's a physical thing, you know, that like you discuss, and I don't know, it seems a little like weird to me, you know, because I can't remember who says it. Is it the Ramban says to the Rambam, like, you know, your theology is all nice and funny and like it fits to Aristotelian like understandings of the world so well, but like what happens when science changes and it doesn't seem to be the case anymore? Is that who said that? I can't remember.
I do not remember that. Although I could believe that it was Nachmanides who said it to
Yes, I think
Maimonides.
I think somebody said it to Maimonides.
So this is what Elijah is talking about. Ha'emunot ve'hadeot of the Saadia Gaon. And while this is not a broadly read treatise, it is one of the most... so we don't have a lot of writings from the time of the Geonim, which is... So Jewish history is divided up into eras, and people of previous eras are considered to be to have a higher tier of knowledge of God than people of the latter eras. So there were the sages, well, there were the early prophets, and then there were the later prophets, and then there were the sages of the Mishnah, and then there were the sages of the Talmud, and then there were the Savarayim, and we have nothing of the Savarayim. And then after the Savarayim was the time of the Geonim, and Saadia Gaon and Hai Gaon are two of the people who we have writings from the era of the Geonim. And then came the Rishonim, which literally means the early ones, and that's Maimonides and Nachmanides and pretty much everybody after that. And then came the Acharonim, and that's the people who came after after the Torah, really. But the Shulchan Aruch is considered, Rabbi Yosef Karo is considered the first of the Acharonim, and we are still in the period of the Acharonim. So, Rav Saadia Gaon wrote Deot Ha'emunot Ve'hadeot. I read through at least parts of it before, but I haven't read all of it. As far as the physicality of the soul, there is a given within Judaism that there is some sort of physical component to the soul. If that's just the nefesh or not, but we're not Gnostics, let's put it that way. What exactly were you referring to?
So in the section 2, so it's, sorry, I'm going to be Treatise 6, I think it is. It's the one that was the soul. Yep, so the the soul and death, and then it should be number 2.
Number 2. Okay.
Yeah, so-
V'hada'at hashvi'i. This is not translated, so I'm going to
No.
translate it myself. The 7th dot thing to know. Hu hadat ha'emet. That is knowledge of the truth. Ve'ani avar oto be'ezrat ha'kel. And I will explain it. Vehidamni lafanav ele hashisha de'ot hanizkarim. And I introduced the previous 6 kedei she'yitbaer lemi she'yikra b'sefer zeh, so that someone who learns in this book would know ki hamechker b'yediat hanefesh, because delving into knowing the soul, this is nefesh. This is what we would say is the most physical aspect of the soul. Hu mechker b'devar amuk v'dak. That is delving into something that is very deep and nuanced. Kamo siparti al mechker emet devar lo medaber. Like I explained, going into the truth of things which cannot be spoken. Uv anan boreh hanitzaut. And regarding the creator of all that is found, ken he, it is so. Zot gam ken be'inyana min hadakut. This is also something that is very delicate. Ma sheyihu bo nevuchim harbe mibnei adam, that many people get very confused about. Ve'omer about uvavur ze timtza chacham mokir, and I would say that that's why a wise man would be mokir. I think he means careful. Mi sheyamod al amitat inyan hanefesh hadvarim asher ba'adam. Somebody who wants to understand the truth of the soul, inyan hanefesh hadvarim, as it exists in a man, but omro, as is said in Ecclesiastes, mi yodea ruach b'nei ha'adam, who knows the spirit of man. Ha'oleh hi lamala, whether it goes up or the rest of the verse says it goes down. Vera'ui she'evar. This is going to get pretty long. Do you remember exactly where you were?
Interesting. My translation is different a little bit, because that too, it starts from what I've already explained about the creation of all things, of all existing things, and the impossibility that anything except the creator should be eternal. It is evident that the soul must be something created. That's like the first line.
Am I just mistranslating? No.
No, I don't think so.
I don't think I'm mistranslating anything.
I wonder if my edition is different for some reason, but this is like the kind of.
It might be an abridged, because all of the, like, everything I was reading is a lot of him being like, you have to be careful, this is a hard thing to understand,
Yeah.
people get confused.
I do, because I was hearing that something about reincarnation was in it, and in my book, I don't have it, so.
Well, yeah, I mean, so Saadia Gaon famously was opposed to the idea of reincarnation, which is one of the reasons we don't actually hold exactly like him, despite the fact that he was a Gaon. Because Orthodox Judaism today very much believes in reincarnation, even though some more modern people would try to argue with that. They generally don't do that publicly, because they would get excommunicated. And honestly, the fact that they would get excommunicated kind of shows it is still something that is sensitive, but Orthodox Judaism as it exists pretty much everyone who is within the camp is somebody who accepts the teachings of Rabbi Isaac Luria, and he very clearly teaches that there is Gilgul Neshamot, that there is the transmigration of souls.
Yeah. Well, in my abridged version, it says the quality of the soul is that of a pure substance similar to the substance of the celestial spheres. And he says, when the soul receives the light, it becomes more brilliantly illuminated than the sphere when it receives its light. Its substance becomes more refined than that of the celestial spheres. It is because of this that it is endowed with intellect. I derived this view from two excellent sources of knowledge. Firstly, from the pure reason, I observed the traces of the soul's wisdom and forethought when joined with the body, and I saw the body deprived of all that excellence after the soul had departed it. So he just kind of talks about like the soul as like right? He compares it to the spheres in some ways. He talks about like reason, and I don't know. I guess to me the question is like, how much is there like this interplay between, let's say, some sort of like physical explanation or some kind of breakdown of mystical things, and then kind of the rejection of it, right? With that quote that I don't know if I properly.
Okay, chapter 3 seems to possibly be talking about what you're talking
Interesting.
about. So, I see Gilgalim here.
I think mine must be very abridged then, unfortunately.
Okay, so let's try translating some of this. וכיוון שהקדמתי אלה המאמרים, and since I introduced these things earlier, ראוי שאביא המאמר השביעי, I should explain the 7th thing, ואומר, and I would say, כי אשר התאמת כי הנפש ברורה, that it is obviously true that the soul is created, בעבור מה שקדמתי חידוש כל נמצא, from what I explained of the creation of everything that exists. והפסד שיהיה דבר קדמון זולתי הבורא, and the hefsed, the mistake that there could be something that that could be first other than the creator. Ma'amar habore, and what the creator said in Zechariah 12:1, Yotzer ruach adam bekirbo, he who forms the spirit of man in his within him. Aval habore bore otah im shlemut tzurat ha'adam ka'amro bekirbo. Rather, the creator creates it with the complete form of a man within him, like it says within him. Uka'asher lo saru avotenu nishba'in chai Hashem, and like our forefathers did not waver from swearing that God lives, Asher asa lanu et hanefesh hazot, who made for us this soul, Jeremiah 38:16, v'sha'etz at otzma etzem naki kenekiyut hagilgalim, and that its very essence is naki, I guess, I mean means clean. Refined could be fine, right? Like the refinement of the spheres, the Gilgalim, the heavenly spheres. V'shehi mekabelet ha'or, that it receives the light, kasher yikabel ha'gilgal, which the spheres receive, v'tihyeh bo me'ira, and through it shines. Aval atzma yoter dak min ha'gilgalim, but it itself is even more refined than the spheres. V'al ken nihyata medaberet, and that's why it is able to speak. Ve'amadeti al zeh mishnei hashorashim hagedolim, and I came to this through the two great roots. Echad mehem hamuskal, one of them is understanding. Vehu ka'asher ra'iti ma'aseh chokhmata, that through seeing how its wisdom works. Vehanhagata mibilti haguf, and how it behaves without a body. Ve'ra'iti haguf arum mikol zeh behafrada mimenu. And I saw that the body is naked from all of this when it is separated from it. Ve'ilu hayta kamo hachalakim ha'artziim, and if it was like the earthly parts, lo haya la dibur kasher ein leme'uma min hagilgal, it would not be able to speak like anything else in the spheres. V'yitchayev shetihyeh etzem dak yored zach. So it must be that there was a refined essence that is even more fine, v'naki, and clean, v'pashut, and straight, me'etzem hagilgalim, from the essence of the spheres. V'hasheni medirei, yeah.
So it's interesting that my book translates something as reason, and you say speaking instead.
Hayala dibor, kasher. They're translating dibor as reason?
I think so, yes.
I wouldn't. I mean, I understand it, but I wouldn't. He seems to be particularly going over, I mean, I think he's talking about the logos. V'hasheni, and I mean, Sadia Gaon is difficult stuff. This is not stuff I am very... V'hasheni medivrei hasfarim, and the second is from that which is in books. Ki hanafashot hazachut zakot te'orana kehaor hagilgalim mehakochavim, because the nefashot, however you want to translate that, that are refined, are given light like the spheres receive light from the stars. The who omrod, and that's what Daniel says, Daniel 12:3, v'hamaskilim v'zahiru kezohar harakia, and those that understand shall shine like the shining of the heavens, the firmament. V'hanefashot haraot lo torena, and the evil souls are not illuminated. Ach hen yoter pachotot, but they are more lowly. Me'inyan hagilgal hastam, from the normal ways of the Gilgal. How was I translating Gilgal? I forget how I was translating Gilgal.
Spheres?
Spheres, yeah. Kamosh Katuv, like is said in Job 15:15, Hen bekedoshav lo ya'amin, that it is so that his holy ones shall not believe. V'shamayim lo zaku be'einav, and that the heavens did not merit in his eyes. Af ki nit'av v'ne'alach ish shotek hamayim oleh. I don't even know how to translate this.
They say, how much less one that is abominable and impure, man who drinketh iniquity like water.
Ish shotek hamayim olah. Okay. V'yadati ki hasfarim lo damu, and I know that the books are not Ela begilgalim hamazhirim. They do not equate the spheres that are that warn ve'ela b'pachtut mehagilgalim stam, and those which are below, not warn, that shine from those that are more lowly than the average sphere. Ela shehi mekomo ze ha'etza, but it is something like that in essence. Ve'ela shnei hadimyonot machzikim ma she'amar hachacham, and these two dimyonot, these two images, grasp what a wise man would say. Ha'oleh hi lamala, ha'yoredet hi lamata. That which goes up, and that which comes down, goes down below. Achar ken, so he's explaining Kohelet, he's explaining Ecclesiastes. Achar ken omer al derech dikduk hachakira, and after that I would say through reasoning, careful reasoning, ki ma'amar hachacham ba'achrit sifro, that what Ecclesiastes says at the end of his book, 12:7, v'haruach tashuv el ha'elokim, that the soul returns to God, asher natano, who gave it, kiyum v'ot, clearly and in its detail, more al amitat hapirush asher pirashti bo, is indicating the truth of the explanation which I gave to it. Mi yodea ruach b'nei ha'adam, who knows the spirit of the human being. Ve'im yitakesh mitakesh, and if he should harden himself, or defile himself, make himself material, shahu safek min hacham kefi mamare od, that is doubtful from, I guess, Ecclesiastes, from the other things that he says. Kavar shav hachacham mispeko berishona lamito ba'achrona. The Ecclesiastes changed from his doubt in the beginning to what was true at the end. Va'amar v'haruach tashuv el ha'elokim asher natna. And that's why he says that the soul will return to God who gave it. V'davarav beruach adam, and he's talking about the soul of man. K'amro b'parsha, like he says in that section, V'da ki al kol ele yeviecha halokim b'mishpat, and know that God will in fact judge you upon all this. There 11:9. Va'achar ken titba'er li, and therefore it became clear to me ki hanefesh hazot chochma la'atzma mikama panim, that this soul, nefesh, is itself a wisdom in many ways. Echad mehem כי לא ייתכן שקנתה החוכמה מן הגוף. One of them is that it's impossible to acquire wisdom from the body itself, כי אין זה מעניינו, because that's not what the body does. ועוד בעבור מה שהתעמת, כי הסומה רואה בחלומו, כאילו הוא רואה. And another is from the fact that a blind man can see in his dreams as if he was able to see. וכיוון שלא השיג זה מחמת גופו, and even though this was not received to him through his body, לא השיגו כי אם מחמת נפשו, then it must have come from his soul. ובזה טעה עוד מי שחשבה התקשר החושים והסתבכם והפגשם, and the person who is so confused that he thinks that this is something of the senses, והוא שהיא הנותנת לכולם החוש, that the senses are what really give this capacity, ואיך ייתנו להם העצם. How could that possibly be in its essence? אך אומר זה הפך הגזרות והפך האמיתות. That this is against both the edicts and against what can be understood, I guess. ואחר כן התבאר לי שהיא לא תפעל אלא בחוף. How do they translate this?
I lost you a little bit.
And after this, it became clear how this works b'chof.
I think it became clear to me that the soul can act only through the instrumentality of the body.
Oh, okay. Okay, chof is instrumentality. Why don't I actually do what I could have done, which I forgot I could do? Dictionary, nothing found. So, oh, there we go. Force, bend. Okay. Cover basket. Okay.
So it makes sense the force of the body or something like that.
Yeah. כי פעל כל נברא צריך אל כלי מהכלים כאשר תתחבר לגוף, because any potential of something that is created requires a vessel that would join it. So the body can be seen to have three powers, potentials. Koach hakara, the facility to recognize. V'koach hakaas, and the capacity to be angry. V'koach hata'ava, and the capacity to lust. Ve'al ken kara ota leshonenu mishloshat shemot, and that's why in our language it is called with three names. Nefesh, ruach, and neshama. Nefesh, ruach, and neshama are three ways of referring to the soul in Hebrew. V'ramza be'omro nefesh kel sheyesh la koach mita'ava, and there was a hint in calling it nefesh kel, however you're going to translate that, that it has a capacity of lust. Ke'omrecha, like it says in Deuteronomy 12:20, ki ta'avat nafshacha, when your nefesh shall lust. Job 33:20, v'nafsho ma'achal ta'ava, that his soul is a feast of lust, I guess. ורמזה בשם רוח כל, שיש לה, בשם רוח, אל שיש לה koach koes, and so the spirit is what has the capacity to be angry. Ke'omercha, like it says in Ecclesiastes 7:9. Eshel tifhal beruchacha lichos, that a tree shall confuse your soul so that it shall become angry. I think
A tree?
that's what it's on. What? Eshel. Eshel is. How'd they translate it?
Be not hasty in thy spirit, ruach, to be angry.
Oh, Eshel tivhal baruchacha lichos. Eshel. Really? Firmly rooted. Oh, okay. So, Eshel tivhal. So, root yourself firmly so that you shall not get angry. Yeah, it comes from, and Eshel is a tree.
Yeah.
Okay. Proverbs 29:1. Kol rucho yotzi chesil. All of his spirit brings out foolishness. V'ramza b'shem neshama el sheyesh la koach madai. And the neshama has a potential to understand. Ke'omrecha, like it says in Job 32:8, V'nishmat Shaddai tevinam, and the soul of, however you want to translate Shaddai, will understand it. V'nishmat mi yatz'a mimecha, and the soul of.
It says,
Okay.
the breath of the Almighty.
Oh, yeah, that's how they translate Shaddai, is Almighty. Oh, v'nishmat Shaddai tevinam, v'nishmat mi getza mimecha. Oh, I see. Okay, it's one long verse. Okay. It's asking a question. Well, it says the soul of the Almighty will understand, and whose soul will leave from you. ובעניין אלה הכוחית טעה מי ששמע שני חלקים. And in with regard these powers was mistaken someone who Sama Shnei Chalakim, who says that they are two parts, Achad mehem belev v'achad b'shar haguf, one in the heart and one in the rest of the body. Ach hashlosha lenefesh achat, but all three of these powers are in one nefesh. V'chavra halashon lezeh shnei shamot acharim, and were connected to this in the language two other names, Chiyah ve'Yechida. Wow, he gets into all five of them. Chaya ve'Yechida. The Kara otah Chaya. I think he's explaining Sefer Yetzirah, which I never studied. Yeah, he was aware of Sefer Yetzirah. Ba'avur shehi omedet b'hamadat bor'a la, aval yechida mipnei she'ein la domeh ba'aretz. It was called a chaya because it stands by the place of that which creates it, but the Yechidah has nothing like it in materiality. ואחר כן התפאר לי כי מסקנה בלב מבני אדם, or משכנע בלב מבני אדם. How'd they translate this?
Yeah, so they said for this one, it is called Yechida, the unique one, they say, because there is nothing resembling it in the whole of the created universe, neither in the celestial world nor upon earth.
Okay, and then after that, what did they say?
Then it became clear to me that the seat of the soul is in the heart of man, since it is evident that the two nerves which impart sensation and movement to the body issue from the heart.
צמיחת כולם מן הלב, ואם שאני מוצא הסעיפים הגדולים, אין מוצאם מן הלב. And that these do not grow out of the heart, but rather out of the brain. וידעתי כי הסעיפים ההם אינם לנפש, אבל המה מייצרים לגוף וקשרים. That these are not portions of the soul, but rather they grow out of the body and its connections. ולזה מחבר הכתוב תמיד הלב והנפש, and that's why Scripture always combines the heart with the soul. כאומרו, בכל לבבכם ובכל נפשכם ובכל לבבכם ובכל נפשך. In several places it says, with all your heart and with all your soul, v'hadome lazeh, and that which is similar to this. Okay, I don't understand what I was saying.
Yes. And so I guess, like, I mean, in the middle there, I think when you're talking about the different parts of the soul, that was interesting. But I would say that...
Is it good to cover a lot of Maimonides to understand this content? I don't think so.
Yeah.
Honestly, Sadia Gaon is... Yeah, you delve into the really deep stuff, Elijah. Like, the stuff that's a bit beyond my ken. Yeah, you were saying what was most interesting?
I guess I was, obviously this kind of stuff I understand when it's like a little bit beyond me. But it was more about like, kind of like, almost like a derech. Because at the end of my translation, here's what it says. Certainly I am well aware that large branches of the nerves ramify not from the heart, but from the brain. I'm assuming. But I also know that these branches of nerves have no psychic functions. They are the sinews of the body and its ties. For this, and then it says, for this reason, Scripture mentions the heart and the soul together. And then also at the beginning, right, when he mentions the celestial spheres. So my kind of question is, in relation to my earlier statement of like, how much, even now when I still like hear, rabbis give lectures, or even modern people give lectures who aren't rabbinic in origin, they'll oftentimes try to draw in quote-unquote modern science. But like I see here, right, he's saying like, well, the nerves from the brain, they kind of like don't do nothing. They're just like, little bow ties. To me, right, like this is very strange. And so my kind of question is, like, in what way can we incorporate this kind of knowledge? Because it seems like, right, then you have some weird statement like this, that like, in our opinion, it just sounds stupid, right?
Well, I mean, okay, so I would say the most famous of this type of thing is Maimonides in the Mishnah Torah very clearly is bringing the understanding of science at his time in ways that we would not consider medicinal today. And one of the stories I like to tell, I believe this was regarding Ben Ish Chai, but I don't. I haven't been able to find it since. But he was talking about how he had read in the Kabbalistic books that the Earth is round, and everybody around him. So he lived. The Ben Ish Chai lived in Baghdad over a little bit over 100 years ago, and basically everybody around him thought that the Earth was flat, and somebody came into his synagogue and told him, "Oh yeah, all the really smart people have proved that in fact the Earth is round," and he was really really happy about this. Now imagine if the week before he had decided, "Oh, everybody says the Earth is flat, so let me explain why the Earth is flat," right? And this is one of the reasons that in those corners of Judaism that I was most comfortable in, the guide, Maimonides' Guide to the Perplexed, Moreh Nevuchim, is considered a work of apologetics. It's not considered like actual Torah. And this is somewhat of a Catholic idea, but I think it's just good theology, is to know what you are getting from which form of epistemology. There's an epistemology of empiricism and science. There's an epistemology of logic and inference. There's an epistemology of reference of revelation and religion and God, right? And where these things, Jacob's mic is making Chris's ears bleed. I am sorry. Is this better? Well, what was I saying? So it's important to know. So, for example, for me, there seems to be a real coincidence between what I know from Jewish spirituality, which is that every part of your body is pervaded by something which is fundamental to who you are, and the idea that every cell in your body has your entire genome in it, right? Like, there is a coincidence there. But if tomorrow we were to find out, like, some cells don't, some cells do, or the genome is different, or, right? That's not going to change what I know from a Jewish theological standpoint, right? And that's why I think you have to be very careful, like, to keep these things distinct and be willing to not equate everything that Saadia Gaon or Hai Gaon or the Talmud even, or the Mishnah even, or Maimonides or Nachmanides or whoever said, with things that are eternal, like revelation, right? And even our understanding of Scripture, as opposed to the very nature of revelation itself, right? We understand, so when it says that the sun stood still in Joshua, right? That doesn't mean that the theory of relativity is right or wrong. It's not talking about that. It was never talking about that. And to try to make some sort of equivalence between the two is itself mistaken. Did that make any sense?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of my opinion on it also. When I see this stuff, I'm like, it seems a bit silly to try and like bring this in because it's always going to change, right?
Well, when you look at it, for example, the Talmud has a disagreement about whether or not the Book of Job actually refers to an actual person who lived in an actual place, or if it's just a mashal, if it's just an analogy, right? And if you're the type of person who says somebody who says that is some sort of heretic, then you can't be an Orthodox Jew or a Noahide, right? Because that's just not something like that type of fundamentalism is not acceptable within Judaism.
For sure. And I mean, if I remember that section, doesn't somebody bring the point like, well, why do you have all these details? Right? And they're like, it makes a better story, man.
Yeah. No, that's particularly like I was saying. Like it says, there was a man in the land of Uts, I guess, or whatever, right? And that's part of the argument. It's like, hey, it says that, right? And the answer is, it's a story. Chill, you know? And like, I'm not saying that if you believe that the Book of Job actually was a real story that actually happened, you're a heretic. That's an optional belief you could have. But if you're saying that somebody who believes that it's a mashal, that it's just an allegory, is a heretic, you are putting yourself outside of Orthodox Judaism.
For sure.
And I would actually also refer you to the second Rashi on the Torah, on Bereshit, on Genesis 1:1. I think that Rashi should be like required reading for anyone who wants to talk about Judaism whatsoever.
For sure. And I mean, that's the one where it talks about like, you can't assume that it doesn't say like in the beginning of everything, right? Just the beginning of the heavens and the earth, right?
Well, basically, what he says there is you cannot say that it's telling you the order of how things were created, and like that just doesn't work, right? And it doesn't, because that's not what the text is there for. Like, if you're looking for a science textbook, go look for a science textbook. Don't start digging into my Torah.
Yeah. I think even Ezra also brings a proof in that beginning part too. So no fundamentalists. You can't be young Earth creationists or something.
Well, young Earth creationists, I mean, I was very, very shocked when I learned the Talmud in Rosh Hashanah that talks about the world being created, B'tzivionam being created, and I don't know if you've heard of Omphalos or not.
I've heard of Onkelos, yes.
Not Onkelos, Omphalos.
Onkelos, no, not that one.
Okay, so Omphalos literally means belly button. And the question is, yes. The question is, did Adam have a belly button?
Oh yes, I've heard this question before.
And the Jewish answer is, yes, he did. And because we believe, and the Talmud says, that the world was created, B'tzivionam, was created fully formed. So Adam looked like a 30-year-old man. And everything, the trees looked like, so just the fact that you find a tree that's tens of thousands, that looks tens of thousands of years old, that in no way negates the idea that the world was created 5,783 years ago, because of the Omphalos hypothesis that the world was created fully formed. It looked old when it was created.
So what if somebody gives you the argument that that seems a bit strange because it seems like then like God's trying to lead us astray? Like why would you make the earth and why would you make things appear old instead of appear their proper age?
So this gets into the Jewish idea that in fact this world is a veil, that it is in a sense deceptive because Rabbi Tatz has a book, World Mask, right? Hester Esther Panai al Hara. I shall surely hide my face upon the evil. The world hides. We live in a world where it is possible not to acknowledge the fact that there is a creator, because if there wasn't, we wouldn't have the choice to turn towards God or not. So there has to be an ability, like if we could positively prove that there is a God, right, then there would be no one can see God's face and live, right? Nobody in full view of God's glory can have free will.
Okay, so I'll maybe give two rebuttals to this statement. So one, do you know of, there's this new atheist guy, I think his name is Aaron Ra. Anyway, he's not a very smart new atheist, but one time he said something like, even if God showed himself to me, I still wouldn't worship him, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's people like that. So my question would be like, well, obviously there are people like that. And the second one is, what about the golden calf, right? I mean, isn't that proof against that point, right? Because they saw God, right? Like, and then why would they worship a calf?
Well, okay. I mean, everything in its level and everything, right? Everyone according to that which was revealed to them. I honestly never in my life did I think there was a possibility that there wasn't some form of creator, right? Because it was always obvious to me, like, I'm looking at a world that's like intelligent design just makes sense to me instinctually. Like, if I were to find these scissors in the middle of a forest, there's no way you could convince me that random processes put it there. Yet someone wants me to believe that random processes ultimately ended up in it being in my hand right now. Like, that's what they're actually saying. Like, it was ultimately this is the product of random processes, and I don't even comprehend that argument, right? And so there are levels to that, but there's no question that we're walking through the valley of the shadow of death, right? There is some level of darkness and withdrawal of God in the world. And so what that level is and how that presents itself, we can bicker and argue over. But ultimately, if you believe in a creator God, you believe that he is infinite, you have to see some necessary departure between our understanding and God clearly revealing himself fully to us and our existence as a separate, independent, and capable agent.
For sure. Let's see. I guess there are two things I can bring from that. So I like Jose Faur. I've shared him a couple times on the Discord. But he says something about like there's no ontological connection between creation and God or something like that, which I thought was kind of interesting. But there was he wrote an interesting paper talking about, apparently in the Gaonic Times, there was this debate about who could never doubt the existence of God. And there was some of the ideas were basically like Jews could never truly doubt, like the Jews are the only people that could have 100% certainty that God exists because of the revelation at Sinai. So I find that to be
This
interesting.
is the
Obviously
Kuzari, yeah.
yeah, even though there are a lot of atheist Jews nowadays, so I don't know about that one, guys.
I mean, yeah, what can I say? You really go into the, like, really deeply philosophical stuff.
Yes, unfortunately. I'm not very mystically inclined, so that's kind of where I have to go.
Well, I understand that, but at the same time, I have to tell you, get a girlfriend.
I don't know if that's gonna work out, but sure.
That's I mean, ultimately, as like that's what the result of all this philosophy is, right? The result of Jewish philosophy is you live your life, you find a girl, you marry her, you have children, you raise your children, right? Unless all of this philosophizing, it's funny, like at the end of his Maps of Meaning course at University of Toronto that Jordan Peterson put on YouTube, like he spends a whole semester giving all kinds of lectures on philosophical stuff, right? The last 5 minutes, he says, when you're confronted with the reality of life, like when you're holding your child in your hand and somebody comes and asks you a stupid question like, what's the meaning of the life? You're like, can you not see, right? And ultimately, yeah, he had to go through a whole semester before he could call it a stupid question. But once you have your baby in your arms, which hopefully will not be too far off, you will stop asking all these stupid questions about Sadia Gaon. Because when you're changing diapers, you are both more philosophically fulfilled, and you are actually making all of that theology real, and the questions just melt away.
Isn't there some sage in the Talmud that did get married, right? He's known as like that one guy that always was a bachelor. Who was that?
I believe it was Rabbi Yoshua. Yes, it is possible that there are poor unfortunate souls who never get married, and God should have mercy on their souls, even if they are 45 years old already and have no children. But, and hopefully such people aren't condemned to hell immediately when they die. But ultimately, that's not derech eretz. That's not the way of the world. And you're not the first guy on this channel that I've told you. You're asking very deep philosophical questions. You need a girlfriend.
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if I get a girlfriend that quiets my mind. But maybe there will just be different philosophical questions. Less the
There
nature of the
probably
universe,
will
more
be.
the nature of woman.
Right, but that's the thing, Elijah. Like, Judaism is so, and this is what Pirkei Avot says quite clearly. Anybody whose learning is greater than his physical, actual ma'asav, right? That which he does, his learning will not withstand. But someone whose actual physical actions are beyond his learning, his actions will withstand. Because ultimately, ein hadrisha ela had maaseh, right? It's the ikar. The essence is not like we think so that we may speak, so that we may do, right? we and the final. So it's funny we're getting to this, but this morning on Twitter, Hank, apparently there's some sort of Protestant debate about if Adam had never sinned, and he would would he have, like, would God's kingdom have come to earth, right? And what I said was, ultimately, Adam was always intended for Yishuv Haaretz, to settle the land, right? For God's kingdom to be on earth as it is in heaven. That was always the intent. We're not Gnostics, right? And you engage in Maimonides and Saadia Gaon and theology and the Talmud and all the rest of Torah in order to, isn't it obvious, Chad? He's Clown of Babylon. Where have you been? You engage in it in order so that you may enact it, right? And so, like, what's the first commandment of the Torah, and certainly the first commandment given to Noachites? It is Yishuv Haaretz. It is to settle the land, right? To get married and have kids. So we can start talking about, like, the powers of your soul, but the most important and godly power your soul has is to create another soul.
Which you can do on Shabbat.
Yeah, and it is the one thing you can do on Shabbat. Yes, it is the one thing you can, in fact, even as a Jew, do on Shabbat. And it is the apex of humanity. So get a girlfriend. There are some really nice dating sites out there. I highly recommend them. No, honestly, that's ultimately. And look, part of getting a girlfriend is being the type of person that the type of girl you would want to be your girlfriend would want as a boyfriend, right? To make yourself suitable towards people you would like to be attracted to.
So I need to go around like a circus, you're saying? I need to find a circus, or to find a fellow clown, right?
I would. The one recommendation I have given to everybody I've talked to about this is build the type of home that you would want your wife and children to live in. Like,
For sure.
provide for that. Make your home an actual hearth and a place. Antonio is not down with the dating websites. He met his wife at work.
Oh,
So-
yeah, that's how old is he?
Antonio, how old are you, Antonio? 26, 28?
What?
He's pretty young. He's pretty young. If I
Wow.
remember correctly.
Is he like in the Midwest, like what on the coast? Where?
He is in Washington State.
Washington. Wow. At work in Washington, and he didn't get me too. Very interesting. Very interesting.
He is 29. I took that advice and I found my lady.
Wow.
And they have a
Good for him.
baby. They have a baby on the way. So,
Even better.
yeah.
All right. Well, I know my mode of operation then. Less philosophy, more finding a girlfriend.
More finding a girlfriend, yes. More finding a girlfriend. It's funny. I'm actually also meeting Dominic when I'm going up north. He's there working right now, and he's the guy I kept on saying, find a girlfriend. Stop asking me stupid questions.
I guess we're all like that. And yes, Chad, I am another masked man. You are no longer the only masked man on the corner. So,
Yes.
all right, I'll catch you guys later.
Talk to you later.
Bye.
Elijah didn't feel comfortable showing his face for the book club, so he decided to wear that getup. That's the only toy she really plays with. There you go. Okay. I am going to pretend to do stuff. Okay, people. If somebody's gonna join me, we can chat. Otherwise, I'm gonna end the stream and go pretend to be a productive member of society.